Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Ghosted Memories, Haunted by Unseen Messages. The first time I woke up remembering a conversation with Mark, I thought I was just dreaming. Did you see the note on the fridge? It's been there since yesterday, he said, voice casual. I don't know who left it, but it was typed. Not your handwriting. I frowned, suddenly certain I hadn't dreamed it. Mark and I had shared that apartment for 2 years, and I knew his habits better than my own. He wasn't the type to leave notes or fuss over stuff like that. Yet, when I got out of bed and crossed the living room, the note was there, taped to the fridge, exactly as I'd heard him describe. The paper was small, white, with neat black letters. Check the mail before noon. I didn't recognize the handwriting either, and the whole thing felt off. I ran my fingers over the edge of the note, the paper slightly crinkled, like it had been handled more than once. My hands trembled a little, though I told myself it was just the cold. I mean, maybe Mark had left it before he died. Or maybe my mind was playing tricks, mixing memories with fragments from my own daydreams. I told myself that last part again and again. Mark had died 3 months ago. I know how that sounds, but it's the truth. We were roommates, best friends really, and the night he passed, I was out too late, too far away, and by the time I got home, the police were already there. The apartment smelled different then, colder, sterile in a way that made me shiver despite the summer heat. But here I was, standing in the kitchen with a note I was sure hadn't been there before. I looked around, half expecting to see some forgotten evidence of someone else's presence, but there was nothing else unusual. The fridge was normal, the counters cluttered with the usual Mark's old coffee mug, stained and chipped, a stack of unread magazines, my laptop, still open from that morning. I tore the note off and stuffed it in my pocket. I needed coffee, badly. The thought of sitting across from an empty chair made me uneasy, but I forced myself to move. Later that day, I found a pair of blue earbuds tangled up in Mark's desk drawer. I didn't recognize them at first. They were new, shiny, not the cheap ones he used to complain about losing. I held them up, turning them over, feeling the smooth plastic between my fingers. In my mind, I heard his voice again. I bought these last week. Figured I'd try them out before my trip. He hadn't gone on any trip. He hadn't done anything in weeks. I checked the drawer again, then the rest of his things. Nothing else out of place. No bags packed, no receipts, no signs of anyone else living here. Still, the earbuds stayed in my hand longer than they should have. That night, I lay awake until dawn, the faint light from the street lamp outside casting long shadows across the ceiling. The city's usual night sounds, the distant sirens, a dog barking somewhere down the block, the occasional car door slamming were all there, but quieter, as if they were waiting for something. I couldn't stop thinking about the note. The next morning, I found the coffee table rearranged. I'm not talking about the usual clutter of magazines and empty cans, but the books Mark liked stacked differently, a small pile of change meticulously sorted by denomination. I swear I didn't do it. I never cared about coins enough to organize them like that. And yet there it was, in the same order I remembered him mentioning in that conversation I never had. By then, I was starting to question everything. Was it possible I'd been sleepwalking? Had I been moving his things around in the middle of the night without realizing it? But the earbuds? The note? They were too specific. I tried to tell myself it was all coincidence. That grief was messing with my head. But sometimes, when I entered the apartment after work, I caught the faintest scent of him, cologne mixed with something less definable, like old books and rain-soaked fabric. I wasn't imagining it. I knew that much. The apartment felt less like mine and more like a place haunted by absence. I couldn't bring myself to throw anything away, even the smallest things like the pair of socks I found under the couch last week, clean and folded neatly, though I hadn't seen Mark in months. Last night, I woke up again, the conversation clear as day. "Did you hear that? Someone's been in the building." I thought I saw a shadow in the hallway. I sat up quickly, heart thumping hard in my chest. The room was pitch black except for the faint glow of the streetlight filtering through the curtains. I listened. Silence. Complete silence. I flicked on the bedside lamp. The familiar clutter of my side table, glasses, a half-read book, a water bottle looked the same. But then I remembered the conversation and the shadow in the hallway. I hadn't heard anything. No footsteps. No doors opening or closing. I forced myself to get up and check the hallway outside my apartment door. It was empty, the carpet worn and the walls faded yellow under the overhead lights. I closed the door behind me and leaned against it, sliding down slowly until I was sitting on the floor, the coolness of the wall pressing into my back. The building was old, but the noises were always predictable. The elevator's creak, the occasional muffled conversation behind closed doors, the hum of the heating system kicking in. Nothing unusual. Still, the feeling remained. Someone else was here. Or had been. Maybe someone was still living in the apartment while I slept. I didn't want to believe it. Not here, not in this quiet, forgettable place where I thought I was safe. But the notes, the earbuds, the rearranged coins, they were signs I couldn't ignore. I stood up, my hands cold and clammy. I hadn't told anyone about any of this. Who would believe me? That I was hearing conversations that never happened, seeing things that couldn't be there? I glanced toward Mark's room, its door closed as always. I hadn't stepped inside since the funeral, afraid of what I might find or not find. Maybe it was time. Something was wrong. I could feel it in my bones. And I was running out of explanations. The night had settled into something thick and oppressive by the time I finally pushed open Mark's door. Mark's room looked like a shrine to a life abruptly paused. His desk was cluttered with notebooks covered in his neat, looping handwriting, a half-empty mug with a lipstick stain, and a pair of headphones tangled like forgotten vines. On the bed, his jacket lay folded just so, the sleeves slightly askew as if someone had hurriedly smoothed it down. My fingers itched to touch it, but I resisted. I had to be methodical. Last night's discoveries weren't coincidences. The earbuds, the notes, the coins, and now the conversations. I woke up remembering words he'd never said to me when he was alive. I needed evidence. Something concrete. I pulled out my phone and started documenting everything, snapping pictures of the desk, the bed, the closet door that was slightly cracked. Even the faint pencil scribbles on the back of an envelope taped to the inside of his wardrobe. They looked like random numbers or maybe a code. I couldn't tell yet. A noise made me freeze. The building sighed, a low groan from the pipes, maybe, or the wind rattling a window somewhere down the hall. My breath caught in my throat. No footsteps. No voices. Just that dragging, scraping sound I thought I'd imagined the night before. I swallowed hard, forcing my hands not to tremble. Someone was here, or had been. Had to be. But the question was where? Or were they hiding? The closet door creaked a little more when I nudged it open. Inside, Mark's clothes hung like silent sentinels. Nothing looked out of place. No sign of recent disturbance. My fingers brushed against the rough plaster wall behind the clothes rack, and I felt a cold draft. I leaned in closer, trying to catch the source. It was then that I noticed the faint outline of a door, barely visible in the dim light, cut into the back wall. A panel, maybe, or a service hatch. I pressed my palm against it. It was cold and slightly damp. I tried to push, but it wouldn't budge. I stepped back, heart hammering. Why hadn't I seen this before? Had Mark known about it? Or was it something the building had swallowed up over time, a secret passage or a maintenance crawlspace? I pulled out my pocket item, the one I always carry for utility, and tapped the edges of the panel gently. It was hollow behind it. My mouth went dry. The thought of someone crawling through that space to get into the apartment while I slept sent a shiver down my spine. I closed the closet and moved toward the living room. The apartment felt colder now, like the warmth had been drained out. The heating system was off, though I was sure it had kicked on earlier. I checked the thermostat. It was set to 72, but the screen was dark. No power. The fuse box was in the hallway closet. I pulled the door open and flicked the switches. One of them was off, the third from the left. I flipped it back on. The lights hummed as the power returned, but the thermostat remained black. I frowned. The breaker hadn't tripped, but the system wasn't responding. I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside for some air. The night was colder than I remembered, sharp and biting, the kind that crawls through your clothes and settles in your bones. I leaned against the rough brick of the building's exterior wall and looked up at the windows. Mark's place was on the third floor, a little over my head. I could see the faint glow of a few other apartments, but otherwise the street was quiet. A dog barked somewhere off in the distance, quick and sharp, then silence. Back inside, I sat at the kitchen table and pulled out Mark's phone from the drawer where I'd found it. It was dead. I plugged it into the charger, but the screen stayed black. Something was wrong with it. Or maybe with the charger. I didn't know. I started rifling through his papers, looking for a clue. Bills, receipts, random scribbles. Then I found a small notebook tucked under a pile of mail. It was new, no dust, no signs of wear. The cover was plain, just a black leatherette finish with no label. I flipped it open. The handwriting inside was unfamiliar. It wasn't Mark's neat script. The words were short, clipped sentences. Check the apartment. No sign. Left a note. Must be careful. Don't let him see. Tomorrow. Try again. My stomach twisted. Who was writing these? And what note? I flipped to the last page. There was a folded scrap of paper taped inside. Carefully, I peeled it off and unfolded it. The note was brief and typed. Your memories are not your own. Watch the door. I dropped the notebook onto the table. My mouth was dry, my fingers cold. I wanted to scream, to call someone, but what would I say? That I was being watched. That someone was living inside my apartment, moving around while I slept. I looked toward the hallway. The door to Mark's room stood closed, silent and still. For a moment, I thought I heard something, a faint shuffle, a breath held too long. I blinked. Nothing. I told myself I was imagining things. I had to. I decided to set up a camera. Not one of those fancy security systems, just the old webcam I kept in a drawer for video calls. If someone was sneaking around, I'd catch them. At least, I hoped so. I plugged the webcam into my laptop and propped it up in the corner of the living room, aimed toward the hallway and Mark's door. The lens was scratched and grainy, but it would do. As the minutes passed, I watched the screen, my eyes darting from the grainy image to the quiet apartment around me. Every creak, every whisper of the old building's breath made my skin crawl. Then, just as I was about to give up and shut everything down, the screen flickered. A shadow moved past the door. I froze. The shape was vague, human enough, but blurred by the low resolution. Still, it was there. Someone was inside. I wanted to run, to call the police, to do anything but sit there, watching some ghostly figure glide through my home. But I couldn't look away. The shadow paused outside Mark's room, then slowly slipped back down the hallway and disappeared. Silence. Complete silence. I shut the laptop with a snap. My hands shook so badly I had to grip the edge of the table to steady myself. I wasn't safe. Not anymore. And whatever was living here wasn't going to stop. Not while I was awake. Not while I was asleep. I needed help. But who could I trust when the apartment itself was turning against me? I sat on the edge of the couch long after shutting the laptop, the blue glow of the screen replaced by the dull yellow of the bedside lamp. I couldn't shake the image of that shadow. It wasn't a trick of the camera or a glitch in the footage. Someone had been moving through my apartment while I was supposed to be alone, while I was asleep. The thought churned my stomach. I wanted to convince myself it was a neighbor or a maintenance worker, but none of the doors had been forced. No signs of entry. My locks were old, sure, but I was careful. I double-checked them every night. The problem was, I wasn't sure I was alone anymore. And the thing that made it worse was the memories, the conversations with Mark that never happened. But now, with proof of an intruder, those memories didn't feel like hallucinations or sleep deprivation. They felt like warnings. Clues. Pieces of a puzzle I was desperate to solve but terrified to complete. I pushed myself up and walked to Mark's room. The door was closed, but I didn't knock. I didn't want to pretend this was normal anymore. Instead, I slid the key into the lock and turned it. The door creaked open. The room was dim, lit only by a flickering streetlight beyond the curtain. I stepped inside, eyes automatically scanning the familiar chaos of Mark's belongings. Books stacked unevenly on the nightstand, a half-empty water bottle on the floor, his worn sneakers shoved under the bed. Then I saw it. A notebook lay on the desk, open to a page I didn't recognize. My breath caught. I hadn't seen this before. The handwriting was neat, something Mark never bothered with. It was a list of dates and times, some crossed out, others circled. Next to one of the entries, a name was scribbled, Liam. I froze. Liam was the name Mark mentioned in my dreams or memories, that strange conversation where he said, "Liam's been here." I had shrugged it off before, thinking it was my mind playing tricks. But now, seeing the name in Mark's handwriting, I couldn't ignore it. I flipped through the notebook, heart hammering. More names appeared, phone numbers I didn't recognize, and a series of addresses that looked too random to be coincidence. There was a pattern here, but I couldn't grasp it yet. Then a sound. A soft thud from the hallway. I spun around, eyes wide, heart pounding again. Nothing. Just the old pipes groaning in the cold night air. I told myself that, but the knot in my stomach didn't loosen. I grabbed the notebook and slipped it into my jacket pocket. If someone was living here, someone who had been moving around while I slept, then I needed to know what they wanted. And maybe this notebook was the key. Back in the living room, I sat down and pulled out my phone. I debated calling the police but stopped. What would I say? Someone is in my apartment, but I have no proof except a blurry video and some weird notebook. They'd probably think I was losing it. I wasn't ready for that conversation. Not yet. Instead, I texted my friend Tanya, someone level-headed who'd listen without judgment. I left a message brief. Need to talk. Something's wrong. Can you come over? I stared at the screen, the message hanging in limbo. Then I heard it again, the faintest scrape near the kitchen. My pulse doubled. I crept to the doorway, peering around. Nothing. The kitchen was empty, but the window was slightly ajar. Cold air slipped in, carrying the faint smell of rain and something else, something metallic, like rust and old leather. I closed the window and locked it. No way I was leaving it open again. I pressed my back to the wall, trying to steady my breathing. How long had someone been doing this? How had I missed it? The thought was suffocating. I thought about moving out, escaping this nightmare, but where would I go? My savings were thin, and moving meant leaving everything behind, including the few good memories I had with Mark. Besides, if someone had keys, a way in and out without me noticing, would I really be safe anywhere else? I ran a shaky hand over my face and paced the living room. The apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a trap. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. Tanya, on my way. Don't do anything stupid. I managed a weak smile. At least I wasn't alone anymore. But then the power blinked. The lights flickered once, twice, and went out, plunging me into darkness. My breath hitched. The silence that followed was heavier than before, as if the apartment was listening. Then, from the hallway, a soft voice. Hey! I froze. No way, that was my imagination. Hey, it said again, closer this time, almost a whisper. I swallowed hard, heart slamming against my ribs. The shadows moved at the end of the hallway, just out of sight. Who's there? I called, voice cracking. No answer. I reached for my phone, the screen still dim but enough to see the hallway. The figure didn't step forward, just lingered in the dark. I realized then this wasn't some random intruder. This was someone who knew me. Who knew about Mark. Someone who had been here all along, maybe even inside my head. I wasn't just a victim anymore. I was a target. The doorbell rang. I jumped, almost dropping the phone. Tanya. I flicked the light switch. The power sputtered back on. The hallway was empty. I opened the door to her worried face. You okay? She asked. I'm not sure, I said, stepping aside to let her in. She looked around, eyes sharp. This place gives me the creeps, she muttered. I know, I said, voice low. We sat down, the notebook between us like a fragile truce. I found this, I said, sliding it over. Names, places, and someone called Liam. She scanned the pages quickly, brow furrowed. Sounds like Mark was keeping secrets, she said. Or someone else was writing for him, I whispered. A chill ran down my spine. I realized then there was no going back. No safe place left to hide. The apartment wasn't just a building anymore, it was a cage. And the key was in that notebook. I looked up at Tanya, eyes wide. We need to figure out who they are, I said. Before it's too late. Outside, rain began to tap against the windows, slow and steady. The city was waking up to a new kind of darkness, one that lived in the spaces between memory and reality. And I was trapped right in the middle of it. The rain drummed harder against the windows, a steady, cold percussion that seemed to echo the pounding in my skull. Tanya had left an hour ago, but the unease she stirred remained. I sat on the edge of the couch, the notebook open on my lap, fingers tracing the cramped, messy handwriting. Liam. The name repeated itself like a mantra, and every time I read it, a new knot formed in my stomach. Who was Liam? And why was he connected to Mark and to me? I glanced toward the bedroom doorway, half expecting to see Mark's silhouette leaning in, smiling like he always did in those impossible memories. Instead, there was only darkness. The apartment felt colder now, the faint hum of the heater struggling against the chill. The smell of damp fabric and old paper hung in the air, cold and heavy with silence, mingling with the faint scent of rain seeping through the cracked window pane. I stood abruptly, the chair scraping against the hardwood floor. My hands trembled slightly. I needed to check Mark's things again. Every night, I woke with memories, conversations, details, even jokes we never shared, but when I looked around, there they were. New objects, arranged perfectly as if someone had been here in my absence, living my life alongside me. The thought made my skin crawl, but I had to know. I crossed the living room and peered into the bedroom, the lamp casting long shadows that flickered with the raindrops outside. The dresser was the first place I checked. A small, folded piece of paper lay on top, not there earlier. I picked it up, eyes narrowing. The handwriting was unfamiliar, neat, precise, unlike Mark's messy scrawl. "You're closer than you think." The words stabbed at me, cold and deliberate. I swallowed hard, heart thudding in my ears. Someone had been here while I was asleep, moving through my life like a ghost with fingers on the light switch. My gaze shifted to the closet door, slightly ajar. I hadn't left it that way. Slowly, I pulled it open, the hinges creaking. Inside, more items I hadn't seen before, a pair of worn sneakers, a crumpled jacket, a backpack with a patch I didn't recognize. My breath hitched. These weren't Mark's things. Who was this person? I closed the door quickly, a wave of nausea rising. The familiar, claustrophobic apartment was no longer mine. It belonged to someone else too, someone trespassing in my memories, my space, my mind. I backed away, hands shaking as I tried to steady my breathing. The notebook felt heavier in my pocket than before. I debated calling Tanya back, but the thought of admitting I was losing grip on reality made my throat tighten. Instead, I paced, running my fingers over the spine of the notebook again, trying to find a clue I'd missed. A sudden noise, a soft thud from the kitchen, made me freeze. I wasn't sure if it was real or my imagination. The apartment was silent except for the rain and the occasional distant honk of a car. The noise came again, a little louder, a metallic scrape. I moved toward the kitchen, each step deliberate. My foot caught on something cold and hard on the floor. I looked down, a small key, unfamiliar and old-fashioned, with a tag that read simply, L. The metal was cool against my palm, the edges smooth from use. I crouched to examine it, the weight of it more significant than I expected. Why would a key be left on my apartment floor? The thought of someone else here, in my home, during the night pushed me toward a breaking point. I wanted to scream, to call out, to demand answers, but the silence pressed in, smothering my voice. I decided to set a trap. If someone was coming in while I slept, I would catch them. I cleared the living room table and arranged a few items, an empty glass, a notebook, a pair of socks Mark never wore, and sprinkled flour lightly on the floor around the entrance to the bedroom. The thin white dust was my way of tracing footprints. If anyone crossed that line, I'd know. Then I sat back down, the notebook open but forgotten. The rain softened outside, the steady tapping now a lullaby I couldn't escape. I tried to focus on the names, on Liam, on the tangled web Mark had left behind, but my mind kept wandering back to the key and the scent of damp fabric in the closet. Hours passed. The clock ticked loudly, marking time 1 second at a time, a cruel reminder that every moment brought me closer to whatever or whoever was invading my life. I heard a faint creak from the hallway, the soft scrape of shoes on the hardwood, slow and deliberate. My breath caught. I stayed perfectly still, heart hammering as a shadow moved just beyond the bedroom door. The figure paused, then stepped forward, the faint scent of cigarette smoke drifting in with them. I wanted to shout, to confront, but my voice was trapped behind a wall of shock and fear. Instead, I watched as the figure moved toward the table, disturbing the flower with careful steps. The footprints traced the path I expected, small, neat, and precise. The stranger reached out, fingers brushing the notebook, and I realized then that this was no random intruder. This was someone who knew Mark, who knew me, who had been here all along. I forced myself to speak, voice barely a whisper. "Who are you?" The figure froze, then turned slowly. A man with tired eyes and a faint smile stood there, the dim light revealing lines of weariness etched deep into his face. He looked familiar, too familiar. "Liam," he said simply. The name struck me like a punch to the gut. The man who haunted my dreams, who appeared in my memories, was real. Standing right in front of me. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my voice. "Why? Why are you here? What do you want from me?" Liam's eyes darkened, the smile fading. "You don't understand. But you're on the edge now. Too deep. You need to decide, keep digging, or walk away before it's too late." The air thickened, the tension so sharp I could taste it, metallic and bitter. I wanted to ask more, to demand answers, but the weight of his presence pressed down like a lead blanket. Too late for what? I managed. He took a step closer, voice low and urgent. "For your mind. For your safety. This story, it's bigger than you think. And some secrets aren't meant to be uncovered." The rain outside reached a crescendo, thunder rolling low and threatening. The apartment seemed to close in, the walls breathing with menace. I realized then that the cage was no longer just the apartment. It was my own unraveling. Liam looked at me with something almost like pity. "I'm warning you." Before I could respond, he slipped back into the shadows, vanishing as silently as he'd appeared. The morning sunlight seeped through the thin curtains, casting a pale rectangle on the cracked wooden floor. I lay still, staring at the ceiling, tasting the stale air that felt thicker than usual. It was the kind of quiet that pressed against your ears, the kind that made even the distant hum of traffic feel invasive. I didn't want to move, partly because I dreaded what I'd find, partly because I was still tangled in the fog of last night's memories. The conversations. They were clearer than ever, as if someone had pressed record on my brain while I slept. But they didn't exist. They couldn't have. I checked again and again. Yet, as always, the apartment held the proof of those impossible talks. The new items on his shelf, arranged just as I saw them in my dreams. The notes I'd never written, the half-drunk cup of coffee on the counter that smelled faintly of cinnamon, a scent neither of us liked. I sat up and rubbed my face, the rough fabric of the sheets scratching my forearms. The apartment felt colder than usual, though the thermostat hadn't changed. I wrapped my arms around myself and stood, every creak of the floorboards echoing too loudly. I moved to the kitchen, where the coffee was still there. Warm. Fresh. How? I stared at it, heart clenching. No one had come to my apartment. No one could have, not without me noticing. And yet, the evidence was undeniable. That cup, the scattered mail, there had been someone. I could smell the faint trace of cologne, sharp and a little too familiar. I gagged on the memory. It wasn't his. It was someone else's. When had this started? How long had I been asleep while someone else lived in my space? I forced myself to check the bedroom. His side of the closet was ajar, something I never left open. Clothes I didn't recognize, folded with an unnerving neatness. A book propped on the nightstand, its cover unfamiliar but its spine worn. I flipped it open, fingers trembling. Notes in the margins, written in a handwriting that was almost, but not quite his. It was close enough to be a cruel joke. "Who are you?" I whispered to the empty room. My voice cracked. I swallowed hard and looked toward the door, half expecting to see him leaning in the frame, grinning that lazy, crooked smile. But the hallway remained empty. I sank onto the bed, the mattress springs creaking under my weight. The walls seemed to close in, the air thick with a tension I could taste like iron on my tongue. Something had been watching me. Listening. Maybe living beside me while I dreamed. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "Stop looking. It's better this way." The message made my skin crawl. I stared at the screen, the digits unfamiliar. No contact saved under that number. I wanted to delete it, to throw my phone across the room, but I couldn't. I was too curious. Too terrified. I spent the day pacing, trying to think through what this meant. The police? No. I didn't want to involve them. What would I say? Someone's living in my apartment at night? They'd think I was crazy. So I did what I always did when I couldn't think straight. I went outside. The cold slapped my cheeks as I stepped into the street. The city was noisy, unforgiving, a constant churn of motion and noise. And yet, I felt more alone than ever. I stopped by the corner cafe, ordering a black coffee. The bitter taste grounded me. I watched people pass by, each face anonymous but real. I envied their certainty. They didn't have phantom roommates, didn't wake up to memories that weren't theirs. Back at the apartment, I decided to set a trap. Something simple. I placed a piece of tape across the inside of the door frame, just enough to show if it had been disturbed. Then I lay down under the covers, pretending to sleep with one eye half open. Hours passed. The silence was unbearable. I counted every breath, every tick of the clock. Then, just as the city lights blinked on one by one, I heard it, the faintest click. The door easing open. My breath hitched. The tape was broken. A figure slipped inside, moving with deliberate caution. I could see the outline, but the shadows swallowed their face. And then he spoke. Not my roommate, but someone else entirely. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. The figure hesitated. Then, with a voice rough and tired, he said, "I didn't mean to scare you. I just needed a place to stay." I blinked, trying to process. Why my apartment? Why not ask? He shrugged. I was desperate. You seemed like you wouldn't notice. I wanted to be angry. I wanted to scream. Instead, I just looked at him. The man, thin, with haunted eyes, looked back, vulnerable in a way I hadn't expected. We talked for hours. I learned his name was Sam, that he'd been on the streets after losing everything. He didn't want to hurt me. He needed shelter, a quiet place to sleep during the day while I was out. The conversations I'd remembered, they were fragments of his presence, echoes left behind after he left in the early morning. I'd filled in the gaps with my own mind, creating a ghost from a stranger. It was a cruel kind of intrusion, but also a plea for survival. I didn't know what to do with that. I felt every emotion at once, fear, pity, anger, exhaustion. After a while, I told him he couldn't stay. But I left the door unlocked, just a crack, a silent offer. I changed the locks the next day. I called a local shelter, found resources for him. It wasn't perfect, but it was something. The apartment feels different now. Empty in a way that's less suffocating. I've stopped waking to those phantom conversations, the memories fading like a bad dream. Sometimes, when the wind slips through the broken window pane, I remember Sam's quiet apology, the way he looked at me like I was both his captor and his savior. I don't know if I'll ever fully trust my memories again, but I've learned to live with the uncertainty. And that, maybe, is enough. Story 2, Between Floors, Trapped in a Twisted Reality. The elevator beeped softly, the kind of polite, mechanical sound you don't notice until it stops. I wasn't in any hurry. It was early morning, the office building quiet except for the faint hum of the air conditioning and the distant scrape of a janitor's mop somewhere down the hall. I like these moments, half alive and half asleep, a brief pause between the blur of meetings and emails. The elevator's small space felt familiar, almost safe. But then it stopped between floors. It wasn't supposed to. The indicator on the panel flickered, the little item frozen halfway between 6 and 7. The lights dimmed for a second, and a low, mechanical groan filled the cabin. I pressed the button again, then the emergency call, but the speaker crackled with nothing but static. I swallowed, the taste of stale coffee thick in my mouth. The elevator was too quiet now, except for that constant, low hum. I glanced at my reflection in the steel wall opposite, but something was off. My face looked stretched. Not in a grotesque way, more like a photo smudged by rain, edges blurred where they should be sharp. I blinked. It was gone. I told myself I was imagining things. Too much caffeine, too little sleep. Still, the air felt heavier, thicker somehow, as if the small box was filling with something unsaid. I tried to focus on the buttons, the cold plastic under my fingers, but my hand trembled. Then the door slid open. Not with the usual smoothness, but jerkily, like rusted hinges protesting. I looked out. The corridor was there, but the light was different, more yellow, less white. The walls, usually pristine and painted in a dull beige, had smudges, as if someone had wiped their hands across them in a hurry. I recognized the layout, but the subtle changes made me hesitate. A man stood near the end of the hall. He was someone I knew or thought I did. Tom, from accounting. Same height, same build, but his face was different. His eyes were set wider, his mouth thinner. He was talking to someone I couldn't see, his voice a low murmur that warped and twisted, like a bad recording. I stepped out cautiously, the elevator door groaning shut behind me. The carpet underfoot was rougher, the fibers coarse against my shoes. The smell had changed too, no longer lemon cleaner, but something sour, like stale sweat. Tom? I called, my voice cracking. He didn't look at me. The hallway stretched longer than usual, the exit signs flickering erratically. A faint buzzing filled the air, and I noticed the light above flicker again. I moved forward, my shoes making a soft thud on the carpet. Hey! Tom! This time louder. He turned slowly, his face twisting into a grin that didn't reach his eyes. The corners of his mouth pulled too wide, almost as if he was forcing the expression. Then he blinked once, twice, and the face snapped back to something normal but colder, harder. I took a step back. The elevator dinged behind me. I turned, the doors sliding open to reveal the cabin, but now the panel showed the 4th floor. I hadn't been on the 4th floor. I was sure of it. My pulse quickened. I didn't want to get back in there, not yet, but the hallway behind me stretched into shadows. Tom? I asked again, voice barely above a whisper. He was gone. I glanced down the corridor. The janitor's closet, usually locked, stood ajar. A faint smell of bleach and damp plaster spilled out. I could hear the distant drip of water, steady and slow, like a heartbeat. I debated. The elevator was a small box, familiar and predictable. The hallway was a puzzle, shifting and changing like a bad dream. I could go back and hope the elevator would take me where I wanted to go, or I could try to find the stairs and escape this strange version of the building. I ran my hand over the wall, feeling the rough plaster beneath the paint, and the door to the stairwell was just a few steps away. The metal handle was cold, almost icy against my palm. I hesitated. A soft murmur floated out from the janitor's closet again. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was urgent, pleading. I pulled the elevator door closed with a shove and pressed the button for the 7th floor again. The door slid shut, trapping me inside. The lights flickered, then steadied. The panel glowed, the item moving upward. I breathed out, relief washing over me. But then the elevator stopped again. Between floors. Silence. Complete silence. And the lights dimmed. I pressed every button, my knuckles white. The speaker crackled to life with a voice so low and distorted I couldn't understand it. I covered my mouth, trying to steady my breathing. The reflection in the steel wall showed my face again, but this time it wasn't just blurred. It was wrong. The eyes were too close together, the smile too wide, like a mask stretched over a face I didn't recognize. The elevator groaned, the lights flickering violently, and the panel blinked erratically. I was trapped between the floors, between versions of a building I thought I knew. And I wasn't sure which was real anymore. A cold sweat dripped down my neck as the shadows around me deepened. The air felt thicker, heavier, like the walls themselves were closing in, whispering secrets I wasn't meant to hear. The elevator shuddered again, lights flickering so fast that the panel numbers seemed to blur into one shifting mass. It was quieter, colder somehow. The overhead fluorescent bulbs buzzed unevenly, casting an erratic, sickly yellow glow. The walls, which should have been a plain off-white, were instead mottled with streaks of damp and what looked like old, peeling paint. The carpet underfoot was threadbare, exposing patches of warped concrete. I took a tentative step forward, the smell of mildew and stale air filling my nostrils. My hands trembled slightly, the residual chill from the elevator clinging to my skin. I glanced back at the elevator doors. They were still open, the panel flickering erratically inside. I wanted to retreat, but the hallway stretched ahead, silent and empty. I swallowed hard. "Okay," I whispered. "Let's see which version of this place you want me to see today." The last time I'd been here, I had been sure I knew the building like the back of my hand. But that certainty was unraveling fast. I pressed my palm against the rough plaster of the wall, its texture gritty and uneven, and tried to steady my breath. The shift wasn't just in the elevator, it was everywhere. The building itself was morphing. I started down the corridor, my footsteps muffled against the threadbare carpet. The silence was oppressive. Not the comfortable quiet of an empty office, but the kind of silence that seemed to swallow sound whole. Somewhere far off, a radiator clanked once, and a faint drip echoed down a side hall. I tried to focus on those mundane noises, anchoring myself in something familiar. Then I saw her. At first, I thought it was the cleaning lady, Miss Farrell, the woman who worked nights on the 10th floor. She was usually stocky, round-faced, and wore the faded navy uniform with a name tag pinned crookedly to her chest. But this figure was different. Taller, thinner, and her eyes, they were hollow, like empty sockets that sucked in the dim light. She was staring right at me, but her mouth was frozen in a tight, unnatural line, as if she were holding back something terrible. I blinked, and she was gone. I shook my head. Probably just my imagination playing tricks after last night's elevator incident. But I knew better. These shifts weren't random. They were systematic, deliberate maybe. The building was trying to tell me something or warn me. The question was what and why. As I moved further down the hall, the air grew colder still. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and noticed the faint hum of fluorescent bulbs overhead had turned into a low, rhythmic thumping. Like a heartbeat. I stopped, listening. It was steady, relentless. Almost mechanical. I reached the door to the 10th floor lounge. It was cracked open. The smell hit me before I saw inside a sharp, sour odor, like spoiled milk mixed with something metallic. My stomach churned. Inside, the room looked like a snapshot of normalcy warped. Desks were cluttered with papers, coffee cups stained with old rings. But the photos pinned to the bulletin board were different. Faces I knew, coworkers, the building's janitor, even the building manager were all there. Except something was wrong. Their eyes in the photos were scratched out, the faces blurred as if someone had smeared ink over them. The calendar on the wall was torn back a few months, and the days were crossed out with heavy black lines. I ran my fingers lightly over the edge of a desk, the wood sticky with an unknown residue. The thumping sound got louder, more insistent, but I couldn't tell where it was coming from, inside the room or somewhere deeper in the building. Suddenly, the door behind me slammed shut with a bang that made my ears ring. My heart jumped, and I spun around, pressing my back against the cold door. I tried the handle. Locked. No way out. Hello? I called, voice trembling. Is someone there? No answer. Just that relentless, mechanical thumping. I slid down the door, sitting on the floor, knees pulled tight to my chest. The light flickered overhead, casting long shadows that twisted and writhed in the corners of the room. The air tasted metallic now, like copper, and I wiped at my mouth, my fingers sticky. Then, the silence broke. A voice, low and breathy, whispered from somewhere behind me. You shouldn't be here. I froze. The voice was familiar, but distorted, like it had been run through a broken speaker. I turned slowly, scanning the room. No one. Who's there? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The whisper came again, closer this time. You don't belong. My hands clenched into fists. I wanted to tell myself it was just my mind playing tricks, stress, exhaustion, the lingering shock from last night. But the room felt wrong. The air was thick, suffocating in a way that made me dizzy. I remembered the scratched-out faces on the bulletin board. Why would someone do that? What were they trying to hide? And why did the building seem to be shifting just to keep me trapped in this distorted loop? I pressed my back harder against the door, eyes darting to the small vent near the ceiling. Maybe I could shout for help through it. Maybe someone outside would hear. But the voice came again, now almost directly behind me, breath warm against my neck. Leave. Now. I didn't wait. I pounded on the door, yelling for help, but the thumping drowned out my voice. The lights flickered faster, and the room seemed to tilt slightly, as if the walls were closing in. Then, silence. The door creaked open slowly, revealing the dim hallway outside. I scrambled up and bolted through the doorway without looking back. The hallway had changed again, walls smooth and freshly painted, the carpet plush under my feet. The fluorescent lights hummed steadily, normal. I paused, catching my breath. The elevator doors at the end of the hall glowed with their usual dull light. Relief washed over me, but it was fragile. I had to understand what was happening to this building. To me. Why the distortions, the shifts, the faces warped beyond recognition? And who was behind the voice that whispered threats in empty rooms? I pulled out my phone, trying to get a signal. Nothing. Not even that little spinning wheel on the screen. The building was a dead zone. I glanced around, trying to spot anyone, any familiar face. The lobby was deserted, the front desk unattended. My eyes caught a small security camera in the corner, its lens reflecting the overhead lights, swiveling slowly like it was watching. A cold thought settled. If someone was doing this, controlling these shifts, these versions of the building, I wasn't just trapped in a broken elevator anymore. I was inside their game. And they were watching. I needed allies. I thought of Marissa. She worked in the leasing office, just down the hall on the 3rd floor. If anyone could help me piece this together, it was her. She was sharp, skeptical, and had a habit of noticing things others missed. I dialed her number, heart racing. The call connected. Her voice was tired but clear. "Hey, you okay? You sounded weird last night." I hesitated, swallowed the lump in my throat. "Marissa, something's wrong with the building. Not just the elevator. The whole place shifts, faces change, rooms. They don't stay the same. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm scared." There was a pause, then a low sigh. "Okay," she said. "Meet me in the leasing office in 10 minutes. We'll figure this out." I hung up, feeling a flicker of hope. But as I turned toward the stairwell, I caught movement in the reflection of the glass doors. A man stood just beyond the lobby, watching. His face was obscured by shadow, but his eyes locked onto mine with a calm, cold intensity. I swallowed again. The building wasn't just shifting itself. There was someone here, someone who wanted me to see these versions, someone who wanted me unsettled. And I wasn't sure if they wanted me to find the truth or if they wanted me lost forever. I took a deep breath and stepped forward. The storm. The air in the lobby thickened, like it was holding its breath with me. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, steady and merciless. I kept my eyes fixed on the security camera in the corner, its black lens glinting back as if daring me to make a move. There was no way out. The phone's blank screen mocked me, the signal dead as the space around me. I was a trapped animal, pacing the edges of a cage shaped by shifting walls and faces I could barely trust. I forced myself to look away from the camera and toward the elevator doors. They were closed, the dull orange glow of the floor indicator blinking steadily. Nothing felt normal, but if I stood here long enough, maybe the doors would open, maybe the next ride would bring me closer to answers or just deeper confusion. I swallowed hard, tasting the stale air heavy with the faint scent of disinfectant and old carpet. The faint hum of the building's ventilation system was the only other sound. Then, sharp and unexpected, a noise cracked through the silence. Footsteps. Slow. Careful. Somewhere up the hall, just beyond the reach of the camera's gaze. I froze. My skin prickled, the hairs on my arms rising. I knew that sound too familiar to be a coincidence. Someone else was here. Someone watching. Someone who knew I was here. "Hello?" My voice came out a little higher than I intended, cracking on the last syllable. No answer. The footsteps stopped too. Silence. Complete silence. In the half-light, I edged closer to the front desk, the rough edge of the counter cold against my palm. I scanned the empty chairs, the scattered papers, the half-full coffee cup tipped over on its side. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. Then the elevator bell dinged softly. The doors slid open. I stepped forward, heart hammering against my ribs. Inside, the elevator car was empty, the interior light flickering like a dying star. I glanced at the floor indicator, still stuck between floors. The same as before. The elevator had stopped mid-ride again. I stepped in, and the doors began to close, but then, abruptly, they slid back open. There, standing just outside the elevator, was a man I recognized. Not by name, but by face. Sort of. His features were familiar, but wrong. His eyes were too wide, the smile stretched too thin. His skin looked pallid, almost waxy under the flickering light. Something about him wasn't right. I backed up, heart thudding so hard it nearly drowned out the hum of the elevator. He leaned in, tilting his head like a curious child studying a puzzle. Lost? His voice was low, smooth, but with an edge that made the hairs on my neck stand up. I wanted to say no, to tell him I was fine, that I knew exactly where I was going. But the words died in my throat. You shouldn't be here, he said, stepping inside as the doors closed behind him. The elevator jolted, a sudden lurch that threw me against the wall. The lights flickered violently, then steadied. Who are you? I demanded, trying to sound firmer than I felt. He smiled again, but it didn't reach his eyes. A guide. Of sorts. I met his gaze, searching for any hint of madness or sympathy. Neither came. Just that unsettling calm. The car began to move, slowly descending. I glanced at the floor indicator. It didn't move. Why won't the elevator go? I asked. He shrugged. Sometimes the building likes to take its time. Building? I echoed, trying to keep the panic from creeping back in. What do you mean? He looked out the tiny window, watching the dim hallway beyond. This place isn't what it seems. It changes. Shifts. Like a living thing. And it doesn't like visitors. I swallowed, the cold knot in my stomach tightening. What kind of visitors? People like you. People who don't belong. I wanted to argue, to tell him I lived here, I worked here, that this was my routine. But the doubt had set deep roots. I looked away, tracing the chipped paint on the wall with my eyes. Why me? My voice was barely a whisper. He finally turned, eyes locking onto mine. Because you're the one asking the wrong questions. The elevator shuddered again, this time halting with a metallic groan. The doors slid open to a floor I didn't recognize. The hallway stretched endlessly, the walls covered in peeling wallpaper, stained yellow with age. The air smelled musty, like a forgotten basement. I stepped out cautiously, the carpet soft and threadbare beneath my shoes. The lights overhead flickered erratically, casting long shadows that stretched and twisted. Where are we? I asked. He shrugged, stepping beside me. Between places. Between truths. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. The hallway seemed familiar, but distorted, warped by something I couldn't name. The doors along the corridor were mismatched, some newer, some ancient, peeling paint or polished wood. Nobody answered when I knocked. Why are there so many versions of this place? I demanded. Why do the faces change? The voices? He paused, then said, because this building isn't just a building. It's a trap. Designed to confuse, to break you down. I swallowed thickly. The pieces were falling into place, but the picture was worse than I'd imagined. How do I get out? My voice shook despite my effort to stay steady. He smiled again, this time a little softer. You don't. Not really. The weight of his words crushed down on me. I looked back toward the elevator doors, but they were gone. A stale chill crawled through the cramped metal box, settling on my skin like a whispered threat. I took a step forward, then another. Behind me, the man followed silently. Why are you helping me? I asked, the doubt gnawing in my mind. He stopped, turning fully toward me. Because someone has to. Because if you give up now, this place wins. I clenched my fists, nails biting into my palms. The cold plaster walls pressed in, the stale air thick with unseen threats. I could feel it, eyes watching from the shadows, whispers curling just beyond hearing. "I'm not giving up," I said, voice low but fierce. He nodded once. "Good. Because this is the point of no return." A distant sound echoed down the corridor, a soft, deliberate tapping. Not footsteps. Something else. We both turned toward it. The walls seemed to breathe, the wallpaper peeling back like skin. And then I saw it. Not a face I knew, but one that felt like a warning. A shadow detached itself from the gloom, moving with calculated patience. I took a step back. The man beside me did the same. The tapping grew louder. Closer. I swallowed hard, the taste bitter on my tongue. There was no going back now. The elevator, the building, the shifting faces, they were all part of something I couldn't outrun. And whatever was coming, it wasn't waiting for me to decide. It was here. The hallway stretched out before me, a crooked spine of peeling wallpaper and flickering fluorescence. The air tasted stale, like a room shut tight for years, dust and something fermenting beneath the surface. I swallowed hard, the words from the stranger still echoing in my mind. "You don't." Not really. It wasn't just a warning, it was a sentence. The elevator doors were gone. No metal frame, no buttons, just a blank wall that absorbed the weak light like a wound. I ran my fingers over the cold plaster, rough and crumbling under my touch. The silence was suffocating, but then, from somewhere deep in the building, a low, steady hum began to vibrate through the floor. Between places. Between truths. I whispered the phrase aloud, tasting it, trying to make sense of it. What was this place? A building? A prison? A trick of my mind? The stranger's face twisted in my memory, half familiar, half alien. His smile, now softer, almost kind, but with something unreadable beneath it. I took a tentative step forward. The floorboards creaked underfoot, uneven and groaning as if the building itself was breathing beneath me. I paused at the first door on the left. It was newer, the paint fresh but scratched, like someone had tried to mask the past but failed. I knocked sharply, fingers trembling. No answer. Voices fluttered faintly behind the walls, but when I pressed my ear against the door, they slipped away, distant, distorted, like a vinyl record skipping. I pulled back, heart hammering. The faces I'd seen earlier, the receptionist with her too-white smile, the janitor whose eyes seemed to drip sorrow, shifted in my mind, morphing into strangers I barely recognized. I moved deeper into the corridor, the smell of damp plaster growing heavier, mingling with something sharp, metallic, faint but unmistakable. Blood? I shook my head. No. Not blood. Something else. Fear, maybe, or desperation. At the end of the hall, a faint light flickered. I approached cautiously, noticing the way my shadow chittered across the cracked tiles. The door there was different, ancient wood, warped by time, with iron hinges that groaned when I pushed it open. Inside was a small room, dimly lit by a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. The smell hit me first, sour sweat, stale cigarettes, and something I couldn't place. The walls were covered in photographs, pinned haphazardly. Faces stared back at me, some smiling, some screaming, others blurred beyond recognition. I traced a finger over one, a woman with bright eyes and a nervous laugh. I knew her. I thought I did. A noise behind me made me spin around. The stranger was there, leaning against the doorframe, watching me with those same unreadable eyes. "You shouldn't be here," he said quietly. "Neither should you," I shot back, voice steadier than I expected. "What is this place? Why does it keep changing?" He shrugged, stepping inside. It's a labyrinth. Not just of walls, but of minds. People come here lost, broken. The building, it feeds on that. Twists reality to keep them trapped. I took a shaky breath. And me? Why am I different? Why do I see the changes? Because you're fighting. Most don't notice. They slip into the versions the building offers, and it swallows them whole. You see the cracks before they become chasms. My hands clenched into fists. How do I escape? He shook his head. You don't. But you can survive. A sudden jarring rumble shook the floor, dust falling from the ceiling. The bulb flickered violently before plunging the room into darkness. I froze, the darkness pressing in like a living thing. Stay close, he urged, voice low, urgent. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Together, we moved toward the door, but as we reached for the handle, a distant sound echoed down the hall, footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Not ours. I stepped back, heart slamming. The stranger's face hardened. You're not alone here. The footsteps grew louder, accompanied by a faint whispering, words unintelligible, but filled with menace. The walls seemed to pulse, the photographs fluttering as if caught in a breeze that didn't exist. Hide, he hissed, pulling me behind an overturned table. We crouched in the shadows, breath shallow, listening as the presence drew nearer. The floorboards creaked under heavy weight, a slow, measured pace that said it wasn't searching aimlessly. It knew. I swallowed my panic, trying to steady the trembling in my limbs. The stranger's hand brushed my arm, a quick, grounding touch. It's not what you think, he whispered. The threat isn't just this place. It's what people become here. A sudden clatter to our left made me flinch. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then came the voice, low, calm, but dripping with a cold cruelty. You shouldn't be here. I recognized it instantly. It was my own voice. The stranger's eyes darted toward me. It's using you. Using your fears. Stop it, I whispered, willing the voice to disappear. It feeds on doubt. On hesitation. My mind spun. Was this the building's trick, or something darker inside me? The lines between what was real and what wasn't blurred until I couldn't tell where I ended and the building began. The footsteps resumed, retreating slowly down the hall. The whispering faded, swallowed by the oppressive silence. I exhaled, the air, cold and heavy with silence catching in my lungs. The elevator shuddered again, a sudden jolt that sent my stomach lurching upwards. Between floors, the doors stalled and the world tilted sideways, as if gravity itself was reconsidering its allegiance. I gripped the polished metal rail, my knuckles whitening, and then the silence settled. Complete silence, except for the faint hum of the building's ventilation and my shallow breaths. I blinked. The flickering overhead light cast a sickly yellow glow, but something was off. The air smelled stale, but now there was something else, damp, like forgotten sweat pressed into the carpet outside. I glanced around, heart picking up speed. The walls looked the same, but then the peeling paint near the ceiling had turned from pale beige to a sickly green. The elevator bell dinged, a hesitant sound, and the doors slid open with a slow groan. I forced myself to step out. This time, the fifth floor looked wrong. The hallway stretched farther than it should. The exit signs flickered unevenly, and the carpet was threadbare in places I knew had been recently replaced. I could hear voices, soft murmurs, but when I turned the corner, no one was there. Only the echo of footsteps that did not match my own. I swallowed hard. This wasn't just a glitch or a trick of my mind anymore. It was something else, something I had been too afraid to admit. I walked slowly down the corridor, every step measured. The walls bore the same framed photographs of the building's history, but the faces were distorted, smiling with teeth too sharp, eyes too large, as if the photos had been warped by water damage or some cruel prank. The smile of the building manager, Mr. Evans, looked like a sneer. I stopped in front of one frame, tracing a finger over the warped glass. A whisper brushed past my ear. "You don't belong here." I spun around, heart pounding like a drum in my chest. No one. I know how that sounds, but I swear it wasn't my imagination. The voices. The faces. It was as if the building was trying to warn me off, or maybe watching me. I tried to shake it off, telling myself that the elevator's sudden stops were screwing with my senses. That I was just tired, stressed out from the endless loop of work and sleepless nights. But then, the voices came again. Faint, urgent, indecipherable. I hurried back to the elevator, pressing the button for the lobby. The doors closed, trapping me in that claustrophobic box. The hum grew louder, and the elevator jolted once more, caught between the 4th and 5th floors this time. The lights flickered violently, and the temperature dropped until I could see my breath curling in the stale air. My hands trembled as I clutched the rail. When the doors opened, I was no longer in the same building. The lobby was darker, the marble floor cracked and stained with dirt. The reception desk was empty, but the phone rang endlessly, shrill and piercing. I wanted to run, but my feet felt stuck to the floor. From the corner of my eye, I caught movement, someone standing just beyond the shadows. A woman, but her face was a blur, like a smudge of charcoal on a sketch. I blinked, and she was gone. I pressed the button to close the doors, desperate to escape this version of the building. The elevator groaned, stalled again, then dropped a few inches before rising abruptly. My heart slammed against my ribs, and I fought panic rising like bile. At last, the doors opened on the real lobby, or at least, the one I recognized. The familiar smell of coffee and cleaning products greeted me, and the receptionist, Marissa, smiled behind the front desk. "Hey, you okay?" she asked, her voice warm but concerned. I nodded, unable to trust my voice. "Yeah. Just. The elevator's acting up." She shrugged. "It's been a bit temperamental lately. Maintenance says it's nothing." I wanted to tell her what I'd seen, what I'd heard. But the words felt meaningless, like trying to describe a nightmare you couldn't quite recall. I stepped out, the solid floor under my feet grounding me. But even then, I felt the building's eyes on me, watching, waiting. The rest of the day passed in a blur of meetings and polite smiles. I sat at my desk, the hum of fluorescent lights filling the empty spaces between thoughts. I kept glancing at the elevator doors, half expecting them to open on some otherworldly scene. But nothing happened. That night, I found myself back in the lobby again, the building silent except for the low drone of the HVAC system. I lingered by the elevator, fingers brushing the cold metal buttons. The urge to step inside was overwhelming, as if the elevator was calling me back into its shifting corridors. I fought it. I realized then that the building, for all its distortions, was a mirror or reflection of my own fractured mind. Each stop between floors was a crack in my perception, a test of what I believed to be true. I wasn't going crazy, not entirely. The building was playing tricks, yes, but the threat was real, the people who wanted to keep me trapped in those shifting halls. There had been someone else in the elevator that first time, someone watching me. Not a ghost, but a person. A predator hiding in the cracks of reality. I had to find a way out. The next morning, I took the stairs. Step after step, the rough plaster of the walls scraped against my palms, the faint scent of mildew filling my nostrils. The sound of my footsteps echoed endlessly, a steady drumbeat against the silence. Halfway down, I paused. The stairwell looked the same, but then the lights flickered and a shadow moved just beyond the landing. No one there when I looked. I kept going. Outside, the morning sun felt like a revelation. The city bustled around me, indifferent to the horrors of the building behind me. I breathed deeply, tasting the sharp tang of exhaust and coffee, feeling the rough texture of the concrete beneath my feet. I didn't go back inside. Weeks passed. I reported the elevator issues, insisted on repairs. Maintenance finally shut it down for good. The building's shifting halls faded into memory, reduced to uneasy dreams I told myself were nothing more than stress. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind slaps against my window just right, I hear the faint ding of an elevator bell, caught between floors. And I wonder if I ever really left. Story 3, Pre-Move Intruder, Haunted Security Footage. The first night in a new apartment is always strange. I didn't unpack much that night. I left most of the boxes sealed in the corner, their cardboard edges sharp in the dim light of the single ceiling bulb. It buzzed faintly, a tired drone that filled the silence without really breaking it. The hallway outside my door smelled faintly of bleach and old coffee, a scent that clung to the peeling wallpaper and the warped linoleum floor. The lobby below hummed with the low murmur of the building's ancient heating system, which creaked inside between bursts of static like it was alive. I was tired but restless, pacing the length of the living room. The apartment was smaller than I'd expected, but the rent was reasonable, and the location was convenient enough. My job was only a short walk away, and I liked the idea of being close to the city's pulse without being right in the middle of it. Still, something about this place felt off. Not in a way I could put my finger on. Just a whisper in the back of my mind I couldn't ignore. I decided to check the building's security cameras the next afternoon. The management company had promised access to the footage for residents, mostly to keep track of package deliveries or visitors. I figured it would be a good way to get a feel for the building's comings and goings, maybe learn a few things about my neighbors. There had been a few odd noises last night, a tapping sound against the pipes, footsteps echoing down the hall at odd hours, but I chalked it up to an old building settling or maybe someone just moving around late. Nothing worth losing sleep over. The next day, I sat at my tiny kitchen table, laptop open, fingers tapping the keys as I navigated the camera system. The grainy black and white images flickered on the screen, the lobby's harsh fluorescent lights casting long shadows over the worn tile floor. I recognized the delivery guy who came by every morning, the elderly man with the patchy beard and a permanent scowl who always seemed to be in a hurry. A few neighbors passed through, their faces familiar but unremarkable. Then I noticed something odd. The timestamp on one of the clips showed a figure walking through the lobby, someone in a long dark coat, face obscured by a hood. The figure moved slowly, deliberately, their steps soft against the tile. It was nothing strange in itself. People came and went all day. What caught my attention was the date. The footage was from 3 days before I had moved in. I had double-checked the calendar on my phone. I hadn't been here. Curious, I've watched more clips from that day. The figure appeared several times, entering and leaving the building with the same deliberate pace. The timestamp was clear. But then, as I scrolled through the footage, my stomach tightened. At one point, the figure passed right by the lobby camera, and behind them, through the glass doors, I saw something that made my skin crawl. A shadowy shape moved inside my apartment. The timestamp confirmed it was the same day, hours before I even had the keys. The door was locked, I was certain. The building required a key fob to enter the residential floors, and the lock was a high-security model that didn't jam or malfunction easily. Yet, the footage showed someone inside. I replayed the clip, my eyes narrowing. The figure didn't appear to be doing anything overtly threatening. Just standing still, almost as if waiting. But the fact remained they were inside my locked apartment, days before I ever stepped foot there. I paused the video and leaned back in my chair, the leather creaking beneath me. My hands trembled slightly as I reached for the mug of cold coffee. It tasted bitter, sharper than I remembered. I stared at the screen, trying to reason it out. Maybe I was misreading the footage. Maybe it was a glitch, a timestamp error. I told myself this a dozen times. I needed to believe it. Still, the unease settled in my chest like a stone. Who had been in my apartment? How had they gotten in? And why? Later, I called the building manager. The woman on the other end sounded polite but distracted, her voice flat. She confirmed that the security system's timestamps were accurate and insisted there had been no reports of break-ins or unauthorized entries. She suggested it was probably a maintenance worker or a contractor who had permission, but when I pressed for names or dates, she brushed me off with vague assurances. I hung up feeling a cold trickle of doubt. If someone had been inside my place before I moved in, and the building staff didn't know about it, what else were they not telling me? That evening, the apartment felt smaller, the shadows longer. The hum of the heating system seemed sharper, the buzz of the ceiling light more insistent. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even though I was alone. The silence wasn't empty anymore. It was waiting. I tried to sleep, but the bed creaked under me, the thin sheets rustled like whispered voices. Outside, a dog barked somewhere far away, sharp and sudden. The night pulled tight around the building, closing in with every passing minute. I kept telling myself it was nothing. Just a coincidence. An error. But deep down, I knew I was wrong. Because the figure in the footage wasn't just a passerby. They had been inside my apartment. Before I was. And that meant someone had been waiting. Or watching. Or worse. I didn't know which yet. But I was about to find out. The next morning, the sunlight slanted through the blinds in thin, uneven stripes. I couldn't let it go. Not yet. After a slow breakfast, coffee thick and bitter, the faint metallic tang of old pipes sneaking through the faucet, I set up my laptop at the tiny kitchen table. The security system's interface was clunky, and I knew the building's management wasn't thrilled with me poking around their footage, but I had to be thorough. If someone had been inside, I needed to know who. Or at least why. I started by cross-referencing the timestamps. The figure appeared sporadically, always late at night or early morning. A shadow moving with a strange certainty, like they belonged there. I watched the footage again, frame by frame. The lobby camera was grainy, the lighting poor, but the figure wore a heavy coat and a hat pulled low, face almost always hidden. Then something else caught my eye. A second camera angle, a small one mounted near the mailboxes, showed the figure fumbling with a key card. The card swiped, the door to the elevator clicked open. That meant access. Someone with a key. Or someone who'd found a way in. I leaned closer, squinting at the grainy image. The figure's hands were slender, almost delicate. Not the rough, calloused hands I'd expected from a prowler or a burglar. That detail nagged at me. Why did it matter so much? I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of suspicion. Maybe I was reading too much into it. But the feeling wasn't going away. My skin prickled every time I glanced at the footage. I decided I needed more information. I pulled on my jacket and left the apartment, the faint scent of mildew and old paint clinging to the hallway walls. The building was quieter in the morning, the usual clatter of footsteps and chatter replaced by a low hum, the distant sound of a vacuum, the soft thud of a delivery truck somewhere down below. I made my way to the management office on the ground floor, The door was ajar, the inside dim but tidy. A woman sat behind the desk, her glasses perched on the tip of her nose. She looked up as I approached. "Morning," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I wanted to ask a few questions about the building's security. She nodded, a faint smile. "Sure. What do you need to know?" I hesitated, then plunged in. I noticed some footage from before I moved in. There's someone who had access to my apartment. "Do you know anything about that?" Her smile faded. She glanced at a monitor behind her, then back at me. "Before you moved in? That's odd. Usually, access logs are pretty strict." She tapped a few keys, pulling up records. "Which unit?" "4B. She frowned, scrolling through files. "Let me check." There was a pause. Then, there was a maintenance worker assigned to do some repairs in that unit about a week ago. But the logs show the work was done during the day. I frowned. The footage shows someone entering late at night. And the door was locked from the inside when I moved in. She shrugged. "Maybe a delivery? A neighbor?" I shook my head. "I don't think so. The person had a key card, used the elevator. It's too precise to be random." The woman hesitated, biting her lower lip. "I can't say for sure. But if you're worried, I can have the locks changed again." I nodded quickly. "Please. That would help." As I left the office, the air felt thicker, warmer somehow, like the building itself was holding its breath. I knew changing locks was just a temporary fix. Whoever had been inside before was still out there, somewhere. Back in my apartment, I sat at the window, watching the street below. People passed, some rushing, others strolling with dogs or coffee cups in hand. Normal life. But beneath it, a quiet tension hummed, like a wire stretched too tight. I thought about my neighbor across the hall, Mrs. Diaz. She was an older woman, always polite but distant. Maybe she knew something. Or maybe she was just another piece in this strange puzzle. I decided to talk to her. Later that afternoon, I knocked on her door. It opened slowly, revealing a small, dim apartment filled with plants and the scent of jasmine. Mrs. Diaz smiled politely but didn't invite me in. "Can I help you?" she asked. "I'm new to the building," I said. "I was wondering if you noticed anything unusual recently. Strange people around, noises, anything." She considered for a moment. "Nothing out of the ordinary. But sometimes, at night, I hear footsteps in the hallways." "You?" I forced a casual laugh. "Same here. Thought it was just the old pipes creaking." She shook her head. "No, this is different. Like someone pacing. But when I look, no one's there." A chill ran down my spine, but I masked it with a nod. "Thanks for letting me know." After she closed the door, I stood in the hallway, the faint echo of footsteps lingering in my ears. Was it just the building settling? Or something else? That night, I set up my phone to record the hallway outside my door. If someone was coming back, I wanted proof. The camera's red light glowed softly, a small beacon in the darkness. Sleep was elusive. Every creak, every whisper of wind against the window made me jump. I caught myself holding my breath, heart flitting like a trapped bird. At 2:17 a.m., the phone vibrated softly. I jolted awake and grabbed it. The video showed a shadow moving just beyond the frame, too close to the door for comfort. I rewound. The figure didn't appear in the frame, but the faintest sound of shuffling shoes and a breath, heavy and deliberate. I pressed pause and stared at the screen. Whoever this was, they knew me. They knew my routines. The thought sent a cold wave through me, making my fingers tremble. I debated calling the police. But what would I say? A shadow on a grainy video? A feeling? No hard evidence. I switched off the phone and sat in the darkness, the hum of the city outside sharp and insistent. The building was no longer just walls and wires. It was a cage. And I was inside. The storm was gathering. And I was running out of places to hide. The night dragged on, heavy and thick like the fog that sometimes rolled off the river, muffling the city's usual clamor. I tried to convince myself to call the police again, but my voice caught in my throat. What would I say? Hello? Yes, someone was in my apartment days before I even moved in. It sounded ridiculous. Like I'd lost my grip on reality. But the images didn't lie. Not exactly. I slid the phone back into my pocket and tried to steady my breathing. The air felt colder now, like the building had exhaled and left me alone with my thoughts. I stared at the locked door, imagining it swinging open to reveal the figure from the video. I blinked. Nothing. Sleep was a cruel joke. My mind kept replaying that brief, grainy glimpse of the figure moving through the lobby, the timestamp glaring back at me like a challenge. Days before I even had a key. How was that possible? The building's security system was supposed to be airtight, the cameras monitored 24/7. Even the superintendent said it was impossible for anyone to access the lobby without a fob. Unless the security footage was tampered with. The thought sent a fresh wave of unease washing over me. I scrolled back through the files again, watching the same segment on repeat, looking for anything I'd missed. And then I saw it, a second figure, barely visible in the corner of the frame, standing motionless just beyond the glass doors. It wasn't a shadow from the hallway. This one was waiting. Watching. I paused the video, zooming in until the pixels blurred into a face I couldn't quite make out. There was something familiar about the posture, the way the figure shifted weight from one foot to the other. Like they knew exactly when to move and when to stay hidden. Why? That question echoed in my head as the first gray light of dawn seeped through the curtains. I hadn't slept, hadn't eaten, barely moved from the chair. The room smelled stale, like old paper and cold coffee, and the floor creaked under my shifting weight. The building wasn't just a cage anymore. It was a trap. I needed answers. But where to start? I thought about the superintendent, a man named Harris. Middle-aged, gruff, with a permanent scowl that made it clear he didn't want to be bothered. Still, he was the closest thing I had to a real person in this maze of steel and concrete. I called him. Hey, Harris. It's me, from 6B, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I was wondering if you could help me with something. There was a pause, then a gravelly chuckle. Sure, kid. What's the problem? I hesitated, then decided to be direct. I've been reviewing the lobby security footage. I noticed a figure entering and leaving while I was inside my unit, but the timestamps show it was days before I even moved in. Is it possible someone else has access to my apartment? Harris went silent. Longer this time. Look, that building's old, but the security system's solid. Nobody's supposed to get in without a key. You sure you're reading that right? I'm positive, I said, swallowing the lump in my throat. I don't get it. Could there be a glitch? Maybe, he said finally. But if that were the case, you'd have heard about it by now. I'll check the logs tomorrow, see if there's anything off. Relief was slow to settle. Harris's tone didn't quite match his words. Something was off. The next day, I woke with a dull ache behind my eyes and a gnawing sense of unease. I didn't want to wait for Harris to check the logs. I needed to see for myself. I went down to the lobby, the floor cold beneath my bare feet, the faint smell of bleach and dust hanging in the air. The receptionist nodded but didn't ask questions as I asked to view the security system's back end. I wasn't sure why they complied, but maybe the building was just that lax. Sitting in the tiny, cramped security room, I watched the video feed again. Frame by frame. The figure's movements were deliberate, almost casual. Not someone sneaking in for a quick look. They moved like they belonged. And then I noticed a tiny detail I'd missed before. The figure left a small package on the floor near the entrance, just out of view of the cameras. I rewound, focused on that spot. A plain brown envelope, nothing fancy, but the way the figure slipped it down so carefully made me wonder. Was it a message? A warning? I leaned closer, the screen's glow warm against my skin. The envelope stayed there for hours, untouched, until a cleaner entered and tossed it into the trash. I felt a pang of frustration. How many things had I missed? How many clues buried under the humdrum routine of this place? Harris appeared behind me. Find anything? His voice was softer now, no trace of the usual gruffness. I looked up, heart thudding. Yeah, that package. Did you know about it? He shook his head. No, haven't seen it before. But that means someone's been here, for sure. Do you think it's connected? I asked. He hesitated. Kid, I don't like to speculate. But from what you're telling me, I'd say you're in deeper than you thought. Whoever's doing this knows the building inside out. And they're not just passing through. The words sank in. This wasn't random. Not some prank or glitch. Someone had planned this. Watched me. Maybe even before I'd set foot here. I thanked Harris and left the security room, the weight in my chest heavier than before. The lobby looked normal, bright lights, polished floors, the hum of the elevator. But I could see the cracks now, the hidden spaces beneath the surface. Back in my apartment, I paced, hands rubbing over the rough plaster of the walls. The silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. I tried to imagine what was in that envelope, what message it might have carried. But the truth was worse. I didn't want to know. I opened the front door and looked down the hallway. Empty. Quiet. The hallway light flickered once, twice, before steadying. I wasn't safe here. Not really. And if the person who left that package was still around, watching, waiting, I was already in their game. There was no turning back. The building wasn't a cage anymore. It was a stage. And I was the unwilling lead. A sudden knock at the door startled me. Sharp. Deliberate. I froze, breath caught in my throat. My hands trembled as I reached for the peephole. No one there. Just the hallway, empty and silent. The knock came again. 3 quick raps. My heart slammed against my ribs. Whoever it was didn't need to be inside. They could reach me from the other side of the door. I backed away slowly, eyes fixed on the peephole as the apartment seemed to grow colder around me. Somebody was here. And they wanted me to know it. No escape. No answers. Only questions. And the terrifying certainty that this was only the beginning. The knock came again. 3 sharp raps, almost like a code, but the silence that followed was worse. Not a breath, not a shuffle, just the faint hum of the hallway light flickering overhead. I pressed my forehead against the door, trying to steady the chaos in my chest. My hand stopped shaking for a moment, just long enough to realize how cold the metal of the doorknob had become. The air was thick, too thick, like the building itself was holding its breath. I stepped back, every nerve screaming that I shouldn't be here. Not tonight, not alone. But where else could I go? The streets outside were deserted, a thin mist curling down the pavement, swallowing the glow of the street lamps. I shut the door softly, locked it again, and leaned against it, sliding down until I sat on the floor. The package was still there, resting against the wall like a silent witness to whatever game was unfolding. I didn't want to touch it. Not yet. The hallway light sputtered, casting long shadows that shifted like something alive. I blinked, trying to shake the feeling that someone was watching me, not just from the other side of the door, but from the corners of the ceiling, the vents, the dark spaces between floor tiles. I knew how ridiculous that sounded. I wasn't a child. Not really. But the footage, the impossible timestamps, everything felt upside down. The building, my new home, was a labyrinth of secrets, and I was lost inside it. I didn't want to believe I was being toyed with, but the evidence was piling up like a stack of unread letters. Whoever left that package had been here before I even moved in. They had access, knowledge, maybe even keys or codes I didn't know about. I swallowed hard. That meant someone had been inside my unit without permission, without me knowing. I forced myself up, paced the small room. The stale air tasted metallic, like old pennies left in a drawer. I tried to listen for anything unusual, faint footsteps, a whisper, the click of a lock. Nothing. Just the distant hum of the city, a siren wailing somewhere far away, and the occasional bark of a dog. My phone buzzed on the kitchen counter. A message. From an unknown number. I stared at the screen. The message was brief. Don't trust the cameras. I dropped the phone. It hit the floor with a dull thud, vibrating against the wooden planks. A cold sweat broke out across my back. Who was this? How did they get my number? And more importantly, what did they mean? The cameras had been my only link to the truth. If they were compromised, then what was I supposed to believe? I tried calling the number back, but it went straight to voicemail. No message. No hint. Just dead air. I needed answers. Fast. I grabbed my jacket and headed back into the hallway, determined to find the security office. The floor creaked under my feet, the plaster walls rough to the touch, sticky with the scent of damp and something faintly chemical, maybe cleaners or paint. The flickering lights seemed to watch me as I moved. Every step echoed, bouncing off the empty corridors like a warning. The security room was supposed to be on the first floor, near the lobby. I could barely remember the way from earlier, but I followed the sound of faint voices. Two people were arguing quietly, tensely, behind a door cracked open just enough to let the words slip through. You're not listening. The footage doesn't lie. It has to be a glitch. Cameras don't just show what wasn't there. I pressed my ear to the door, heart pounding. Then explained the timestamps. Silence. My mouth was dry. I opened the door just a crack and peeked inside. Two men. One older, with a graying beard and tired eyes that didn't miss a thing. The other younger, jittery, like he wanted to be anywhere else. You're sure it's the same unit? The older man asked. The younger nodded. I checked 3 times. The footage shows the figure entering and leaving while you're inside the locked apartment. The timestamps are synced with the building system. It's not a mistake. I swallowed the urge to announce myself. Instead, I stepped back, heart slamming against my ribs. If they knew about this, maybe they could help. Or maybe they were part of it. I turned to go, but the younger man caught sight of me through the glass window. "Hey!" His voice cracked, panic rising. "You're not supposed to be here. Who are you?" I froze. The door swung open before I could think. The older man stepped out first. "Wait. She's the new tenant, isn't she?" I nodded, breath shallow. He studied me for a moment, then softened, but his eyes didn't lose their sharp edge. "You shouldn't be poking around. This building, it has a history. People come and go. Things happen that don't make sense." I wanted to ask what he meant, but the younger guy was already pulling at his sleeve, agitated. "We've been trying to cover this up, but the footage, there's something else. A pattern. Someone's been here before you moved in. Watching. Waiting." I nodded slowly, every hair on my arm standing up. "Look," the older man said, "I'm Marcus. And this is Jeremy. We're the security team. We've been dealing with irregularities. Break-ins, but no forced entry. Packages left in common areas. People disappearing. Quietly." My stomach turned. "You're not imagining this. But if you dig too deep, you might stir something better left alone." I wanted to tell him I wasn't going anywhere, that I needed to know. But my voice caught in my throat. Jeremy muttered, "We should shut down the cameras. Reset everything. Start fresh." "No," Marcus said firmly. "We need to record. If whoever's doing this thinks they're invisible, we need proof." I glanced back at the hallway. The air was heavier now, almost suffocating. It felt like the building was closing in, walls bending closer. "Why me?" I asked quietly. "Why my apartment?" Marcus shrugged, but his eyes flicked to the hallway behind me. "Sometimes it's random. Sometimes it's not. You might have noticed something they didn't expect." I swallowed, thinking of the package, the knock, the message. Jeremy's phone buzzed. He checked it, eyes widening. "Another message," he said, voice low. "Same number." Marcus snatched the phone and read aloud, "You're close. Look again." My hands trembled. How much closer could I get before I lost everything? Suddenly, the lights in the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, flickered violently, plunging us into near darkness for a heartbeat. The hum of the building's electricity surged, then steadied again. The temperature dropped sharply. My breath fogged in front of me. Jeremy muttered, "Power surge. Probably from the basement." The air in my apartment felt thick, the kind of heaviness that settles after too many sleepless nights and too much coffee. I sat on the edge of the couch, the fabric rough beneath my fingertips, staring at the old laptop screen. It was still open to the security footage, the same grainy, flickering images that had haunted me for days. I had watched those looping frames more times than I could count, the timestamp glowing in the corner like some cruel joke. Days before I moved in, a shadow crossed my threshold while I was inside, locked away. I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying to clear the exhaustion that blurred the edges of everything. The image was undeniable. A tall figure, indistinct but deliberate, crossed the lobby, pushed open the front door, and stepped inside my unit. I could see me, or rather, my reflection moving behind the window, locked in place like a ghost trapped in glass. But how? How was that possible? I'd called the building manager again that morning. His voice, smooth and practiced, tried to brush off my concerns. "Maybe a maintenance worker," he said, "someone with a master key. Happens all the time with older buildings." But that didn't sit right. The timestamps were from days before my move-in date. The building had been empty, save for a few contractors. I knew that because I'd been here, pacing the halls, waiting for the keys. I remembered the silence, the smell of fresh paint mixed with the faint scent of sawdust. No one else should have been here. The screen flickered. The figure moved again. Slow, deliberate steps. Not rushed, not careless. Like they knew exactly where they were going. I closed the laptop and ran a hand through my hair. The cold draft from the cracked window brushed over my bare arms, making the hair stand on end. Outside, the city had settled into its usual evening rhythm, distant sirens, the faint hum of traffic, a dog barking somewhere down the street. Normal sounds. Normal life. But inside, I was unraveling. I thought about calling the police again. I really did. But what would I say? Someone was inside my apartment before I even lived here. They'd probably look at me like I was losing my mind. And maybe I was. Maybe the constant replaying of that footage had warped my sense of reality. Still, I couldn't ignore the feeling that I wasn't alone. That something or someone had been inside my home, uninvited, watching. And maybe still was. The next day, I decided to visit the building's front desk in person. The security guard, a middle-aged man with tired eyes and a kind face, was more forthcoming than the manager. His name was Carl. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "I know this sounds crazy, but I saw footage of someone going into my apartment before I moved in. The timestamps don't lie." He nodded slowly. "I've been here a while. Some tenants, they get in early, sometimes sneak around. But I swear, I have noticed if someone was living here without permission." I frowned. But the footage, I was in the apartment. Locked in. And the figure was outside, moving through the lobby. Carl rubbed the back of his neck. Sometimes the cameras get glitchy. Or maybe the system mixed up the dates. But I wasn't convinced. I asked if I could see the logs, or maybe get more footage from earlier days. He hesitated but eventually led me to a back room where the main monitor was set up. We scrolled through hours of recordings, searching. Hours passed. Every clip showed the same pattern, the figure, the door, the empty apartment. No sign of forced entry, no disturbance. Just a silent visitor, like a shadow slipping through cracks. Finally, I asked him about the maintenance people. There was a guy, yeah. Name's Garrett. Works for the building. Had keys to every unit. Carl's voice dropped a notch. But he's been gone for a week now. Left without much explanation. Something clicked. The idea made me shiver. Someone with access, someone who could come and go unnoticed. Someone who might have been inside, watching me, before I even knew I was moving in. I asked Carl for Garrett's contact information, but the guard shook his head. Management cut ties. No forwarding address. That evening, I sat by the window, the city lights casting long shadows across my floor. I thought about Garrett, the figure on the screen, the feeling of eyes on me even when I was alone. Then I heard it, the faintest creak from the hallway outside my door. My breath hitched. I stood quickly, every nerve on edge. The hallway was empty. Just a flickering light overhead, buzzing softly. I knew then that this wasn't just about the past. It was still happening. I changed the locks the next day. Twice. Had a locksmith come in and install new deadbolts and a chain lock. The sound of the tumblers clicking shut was oddly comforting. Control, at last. I also installed my own camera inside the unit, facing the door. No more grainy lobby footage. This was my space. My rules. Weeks passed. No more strange figures. No more unexplained footsteps. I started to breathe easier. But the experience left a mark. I noticed how sound carried differently now. The scrape of a shoe on tile made me tense. The way the air shifted when the elevator stopped on my floor felt charged. I kept the lights on longer, double-checked the locks before bed every night. Sometimes, when the city was quiet, I'd catch my reflection in the window and think about the figure in the footage. The person who had been inside my home before I even lived there. Who had watched. Who had waited. I never found out why. Or who. Maybe it was Garrett. Maybe someone else. I stopped trying to solve the mystery. Instead, I focused on reclaiming my space. The little rituals that reminded me I was here, now. Alive. Safe. I started journaling again, writing down every sound, every shadow, every flicker of light. It helped, grounding me in reality, one word at a time. And slowly, the fear loosened its grip. One night, I sat by the window and watched the city breathe beneath a sky smeared with stars. The air smelled faintly of rain and concrete. A breeze tickled my skin, cool and clean. I felt the rough plaster of the windowsill beneath my palm, steady and real. I realized I had changed. Not because the mystery was solved, but because I had survived it. Because I had learned to live alongside the unknown, not in its shadow. That's what mattered. The figure on the screen was gone. The past was locked away like the door to my apartment. And I was finally able to close my eyes without waiting for footsteps. Silence. Complete silence. I was home. Story 4, Vanishing Presence, the Unseen Stalker. The first time I noticed something was off, I was sitting at the corner table of that coffee shop on Elm Street, the one with the cracked window and the stubborn smell of burnt toast. Or I thought I did. He was at the counter, not quite facing me, but close enough that I could see the back of his neck and the way his dark hair curled slightly at the nape. He wore a plain gray jacket, the kind you find in any department store, and his shoulders were relaxed like he belonged there. But what caught me off guard was that he wasn't ordering anything. Just standing, waiting, his eyes flicking toward me, or maybe not. I wasn't sure. The corner of his mouth twitched, almost like a smile, but it was gone before I could be certain. I blinked, looked away, and then looked back. He'd vanished. I shook my head. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or a shadow playing games. The place was busy enough that morning, with the usual hum of chatter, the clink of ceramic mugs, and the hiss of the espresso machine grinding beans into bitter blackness. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down the street, sharp and sudden against the steady hum of city noise. I tried to focus on my screen, but the cursor blinked at me too steadily, as if impatient. That was the first time. The second time, a week later, I was on the subway platform downtown, waiting for the 6:15 train. The station smelled like wet concrete and old metal, the kind of mix that made the air feel damp even when the sun was blazing outside. I had my headphones in, the music turned low enough to hear the announcements and the distant rumble of trains underground. I was reading a paperback, an old thriller my friend had lent me, the pages dog-eared and yellowed at the edges. That's when I saw him again. He was leaning against the opposite wall, halfway hidden behind a pillar, watching me with a tilt of his head that made my skin crawl. His jacket was the same, gray, unremarkable, and the collar was turned up just enough to hide the lower part of his face. But it was the eyes that stuck with me, sharp, unblinking, like he was cataloging every detail. I wanted to look away, to pretend he wasn't there. But I couldn't. Not at first. The train arrived with a screech and a gust of wind, and when I looked back, he was gone. I told myself I was imagining it. That maybe this was how my brain processed stress, or the long hours at work. but the feeling lingered, a tightness around my ribs, a cold sweat that made the back of my neck itch. I tried to shake it off. Routine was my anchor. I told myself if I stuck to the same places, the same times, the same routes, nothing could go wrong. I took the same coffee shop, the same subway station, the same bench in the park where the grass smelled faintly of damp earth and freshly cut weeds. But then the signs started. At first, it was subtle, too subtle to point out without sounding crazy. My favorite book, left slightly askew on the cafe table. A single, smooth pebble on my doorstep that hadn't been there the day before. The faint smell of something metallic, like pennies, lingering in the air when I entered my apartment. I'd catch a glimpse of a figure just beyond the corner of my eye, and when I turned, there was no one. Not a soul. I told myself I was tired. I wasn't. Last Tuesday, I decided to change things up. New coffee shop on the other side of town. Different order latte instead of black coffee, and I sat outside, under a gnarled maple tree that flung shadows across the cracked pavement. The sky was a dull gray, the kind that felt like it might rain but never quite did. I watched the people pass by, a woman jogging with earbuds, a kid skateboarding with reckless abandon, an elderly man feeding pigeons with crusts of bread. And then I saw him again. He was across the street, standing just outside the bookstore, staring in my direction. His face was obscured by a baseball cap pulled low, but I caught the faintest outline of his jawline, the way his breath fogged in the chilly air. I froze, my hands tightening around the warm cup, the foam tickling my fingertips. He didn't move. Just stood there, watching. I looked away, telling myself to breathe, to focus on the warmth of the cup, the bitter taste of coffee against my tongue. When I dared to look back, he was gone. That night, I double-locked the door, checked every window twice, pulled the curtain shut tight against the dark. The apartment smelled like vanilla-scented candles and the faint hint of lemon cleaner. I tried to listen to the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bonus outside, the distant rumble of traffic, the occasional bark of a dog, the rustling of leaves against the window pane. Silence. Complete silence. My phone buzzed on the kitchen counter. A text from an unknown number. I picked it up, fingers trembling just a little, and read the message. I see you. I dropped the phone. The screen cracked against the hardwood floor with a sharp click. I sat there, heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst from my ribs. The room felt colder, the shadows longer, darker. I wanted to scream, to call someone, but my voice caught in my throat. Who would I tell? What would I say? I see you. The words echoed in my mind, a quiet threat wrapped in a simple sentence. No demands. No explanations. Just a fact. I started changing things then. My routes, my schedules, even the clothes I wore. But no matter how many times I switched coffee shops, subway lines, or park benches, there was always a sign. A shadow. A glance from a distance. Always just out of clear sight. I'm not sure how long this has been going on. Days? Weeks? Maybe longer. Time feels slippery, like it's bending around me. Sometimes I wonder if I'm losing my grip on reality, if I'm turning into the sort of person who sees ghosts in broad daylight. But I know what I saw. And I know I'm not alone. The next morning, I woke up with the cracked screen of my phone burning a hole in my mind. I didn't move for a while, waiting for the panic to pass, but it only settled deeper into my chest. Eventually, I sat up and reached for the phone. The screen was dark, cracked glass catching the weak morning light filtering through the blinds. I turned it on. No new messages, no calls. Nothing. Just the usual apps and emails. The message was gone, the threat vanished as if it had never been there. Yet I knew better. I got out of bed and paced the small living room. The air smelled faintly of stale coffee and the leftover perfume I'd sprayed before bed. The floor creaked beneath my socks, a sound too familiar now to be comforting. I needed to do something. Sitting around wouldn't help. I couldn't keep pretending this was some weird coincidence. I pulled on a jacket and stepped outside. The street was quiet. A soft breeze carried the scent of wet asphalt and distant trees. I tried to ignore the feeling of eyes on me, but it lingered, a shadow in the corner of my vision. I walked to the corner cafe, the one I'd stopped going to after the last incident, but something made me check it out anyway. Inside, the hum of the espresso machine was a low, steady drone. The barista glanced up and smiled politely. I ordered a black coffee, no sugar, and took a seat by the window. From here, I could see the street, the passers-by, and the corner where I'd noticed the figure before. I kept my phone on the table, screen cracked but functional, ready to note anything strange. Minutes passed. The cafe filled with a mix of voices, cups clinking, the soft rustle of newspapers. I sipped the coffee, bitter and sharp, and scanned the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. No one stood out. No shadow lurking just beyond my focus. Then I noticed it. A small, folded piece of paper slipped beneath the door of the cafe. It was pushed delicately, almost carefully, like someone had wanted to be sure I'd find it but not be sure who left it. My fingers trembled slightly as I picked it up. The paper was thin and creased, the edges worn. I unfolded it carefully. Inside were 2 words, written in neat, precise handwriting, always watching. I swallowed hard. The ink smelled faintly of something metallic, like old pennies or rust. I looked up, scanning the street once more. People passed by, chatting, laughing. Nothing seemed out of place. But I knew the truth. Someone had been here. Someone had left this for me. I tucked the note into my pocket and left the cafe. The sky was a dull, overcast gray, and the air felt heavier now, thick with unspoken threats. I avoided the usual route home, taking side streets and alleys I'd never bothered with before. The city felt different, like a trap tightening around me. Back in my apartment, I spread the note on the kitchen table. I needed help. Not the police, not yet, but someone who could look at this without blinking. I thought of my friend Mara. She was sharp, an investigative journalist with a nose for trouble. If anyone could make sense of this, it was her. I called her, voice tight but steady. "Mara, I need to see you. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong." Her reply was immediate, worried. "Are you okay? You sound like you haven't slept." "Not really. Can you come over? I don't want to be alone tonight." She agreed, and within the hour, Mara was at my door, her brow furrowed as I handed her the note. She examined it under the kitchen light, her fingers tracing the words. "This looks deliberate. Like someone's trying to send a message without being obvious." "Yeah, but what? And why me?" She shrugged, eyes darkening. "Sometimes these things aren't about logic. It's about control. Fear. Power." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "I've changed everything, my routes, my schedule, even the coffee shops I go to. But they keep showing up." Mara's phone buzzed on the table. She glanced at it and frowned. "Hold on." She read the screen, then looked back at me. "That's odd." "What?" I leaned in. She showed me a message, a text from an unknown number, looking closer. My hands clenched into fists. The room felt colder, the shadows stretching longer. The walls seemed to close in. "Do you think this is some kind of game?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Maybe," Mara said slowly. "But it's one that's getting out of hand." The night deepened outside. The city lights flickered through the window, casting long, shifting patterns on the floor. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, maybe through the window, maybe through the walls themselves. Mara pulled out her laptop. "We need to track this number, see if it's tied to anything. Maybe someone's left a digital trail." I nodded, trying to steady my breathing. Every sound felt amplified, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant siren, the creak of the floorboards. The apartment was no longer just a place to rest. It was a stage. Hours passed as we dug through data, tracing the origins of the message. The number was untraceable, bouncing through servers like smoke in the wind. No identity. No location. Still, the signs were there, the notes, the messages, the subtle hints that someone was always just beyond the edge of perception. I remembered the cracked screen, the folded paper, the words that never changed. Someone was playing a long game. By the time Mara left, the first hints of dawn were bleeding into the sky. I stood by the window, watching the city wake up. The streets were empty and quiet, but I could feel the tension lingering, like a storm gathering just out of sight. I wasn't safe. Not yet. And whatever was coming next, I knew it wouldn't wait. The first pale light of dawn slipped through the blinds, painting thin stripes across the kitchen table where I still sat, laptop open, fingers hovering over the keys but unable to type. Mara's message had rattled me more than I could admit. The number was a ghost, the servers a maze with no exit. Whoever was on the other end had gone to great lengths to erase their tracks. That wasn't just someone messing with me. It was calculated, deliberate. There was no way around it. This person wasn't just watching, they were orchestrating something I was only beginning to understand. I glanced toward the window again. The city was waking up, but the streets below remained eerily silent for a weekday. No early joggers, no delivery trucks rattling over potholes. Just a single dog barking somewhere off in the distance, sharp and sudden, cutting through the haze. I closed my laptop with a snap, the sound startling in the quiet. I needed to move. Sitting still wasn't going to solve anything. But where could I go? The thought twisted in my gut. Everywhere I'd been, they had been there. Always close enough to leave signs, an unfamiliar footprint in the mud outside my apartment, a discarded cigarette butt on the path I took to work, even that folded paper I found tucked under my windshield wiper last week. It wasn't random. It was a message. And now this. I stood, stretching stiff limbs, and my eyes caught the cracked screen of my phone. That's when it hit me, what if the real trap wasn't in the messages themselves, but in how I was reacting. Panic made me predictable, and predictability was their playground. I had to think bigger, think differently. I grabbed my coat and headed outside before the sun could climb higher. The air was colder than I expected, biting at my cheeks as I stepped onto the sidewalk. I kept my head down, ears sharp for any out-of-place sound. Nothing. Just the distant rumble of early traffic, the faint clang of a garbage truck somewhere nearby. I walked faster now, purposefully changing direction, looping back on myself until the city felt unfamiliar. My mind reeled through every encounter in the past weeks, every shadow, every glance that had felt wrong. The notes, the phone calls, the way that figure always seemed just beyond the edge of my sight. It wasn't stalking in the traditional sense. It was something else. Something much more intimate. I stopped at a small cafe, the bell over the door chiming softly as I entered. The smell of fresh bread and dark roast coffee wrapped around me, almost comforting. I ordered a black coffee and took a seat near the window, watching people pass by with their own distracted lives. I envied them. Their oblivion. For a moment, I let myself imagine what it would be like to disappear into the crowd, to fold into the background and never be noticed again. A voice interrupted my thoughts. Mind if I join you? I looked up, startled. The man standing there was in his late 30s, clean-shaven, wearing a gray jacket that looked a little too thin for the chill outside. His eyes were sharp, almost too bright, and there was a tension in his smile that didn't reach them. Do I know you? I asked, my voice tighter than I intended. No, but I know you. He slid into the seat opposite me without waiting. I've been following you for a while. The words hit me like a slap. My hands tightened around the coffee cup, knuckles whitening. Why? He laughed, low and dry. Why? Because you're important. Because you've been running in circles, and I'm the only one who knows the truth. I swallowed hard. What truth? About what's been happening to you. About why these things keep showing up. He leaned forward, voice dropping. You're not just being watched. You're being guided. Guided? The word tasted wrong in my mouth. By who? That's what I'm here to tell you. But first, you need to understand there's no going back. I wanted to stand, to walk away, to pretend this was all a bad dream. But something in his eyes held me there. A promise. A warning. Explain, I said, voice barely above a whisper. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, the same size, the same creased texture as the ones I'd found before. Slowly, he unfolded it and slid it across the table. I stared at the handwriting. Familiar. The same scrawl I'd seen in every note, every message. I've been watching you too, he said. But not like the others. I'm trying to help. Help? Then why the secrecy? Why not just say so? His eyes flicked toward the window, then back. Because some things aren't safe to say out loud. And because whoever's behind this, whoever's controlling the game, they don't want you to know the truth. They want you scared, isolated, trapped. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. Trapped how? He hesitated, then leaned in closer. You think changing your routines will save you. But it won't. They've been inside your life longer than you realize. Every move you've made, every step you thought was private, it's been watched, analyzed. They know your patterns better than you do. And now, the game's changing. I blinked, trying to process it. What game? The one where you're the pawn. But pawns can become queens if they're smart. If they're brave. I shivered, but not from the cold. And if I'm not? Then you lose everything. The cafe felt suddenly too small, the walls pressing in. Outside, the city hum shifted, the early morning lull giving way to the rush of day. I looked down at the note again, the words scrawled there, the faint smudge of ink that looked almost like a fingerprint. Who are you? I asked. He smiled, but it was a smile without warmth. Someone who's been waiting for you to realize the truth. Someone who knows why this started. And someone who can't let you walk away now. A sudden noise, a crash from the kitchen, the clang of a dropped pan made both of us jump. The other patrons barely glanced up, but my heart was pounding in my ears. I wanted to believe it was nothing, just an accident. But my gut said otherwise. I folded the note carefully, slid it into my pocket, and stood. Tell me everything, I said, voice steady despite the tremble in my hands. Because whatever this is, I'm done running blind. He nodded, eyes gleaming. Good. Because the point of no return is behind you. And the real game starts now. Outside, the city roared to life. But inside, something had shifted irreversibly. I wasn't just a target anymore. I was a player. And the stakes were higher than I ever imagined. The moment I stepped outside the diner, the city air hit me like a slap, cold, sharp, and oddly metallic. Good. Because the point of no return is behind you. And the real game starts now. I repeated it in my head, over and over, like a mantra to steady the sudden jitter in my legs. It wasn't just paranoia anymore. I knew that much. The streetlights flickered as I walked, casting long shadows that stretched and twisted like fingers reaching out. I kept glancing behind me, half expecting to see him there, smirking just out of focus. But the sidewalk remained empty, save for a stray newspaper fluttering against a lamppost. The headlines were meaningless noise, but the edges of the page caught my eye, scrawled in black ink, a single word: waiting. I stopped and leaned in, breath clouding the cool air, heart hammering against my ribs. It wasn't there before. I was sure of it. The paper had been lying flat when I walked past minutes ago. I stuffed the paper into my jacket, my pulse speeding as I tried to force calm. This wasn't some coincidence or sick joke. Someone was playing with me, and the pieces were slowly falling into place like a puzzle I didn't want to complete. I didn't know their game yet, but I could feel the stakes rising. My phone buzzed. I jerked it out, nearly dropping it. One new message. No number, no name. Just a single line. Look outside. Outside? Outside where? I glanced around, the street now vacant except for the distant glow of a taxi's headlights slicing through the darkness. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I knew better than to trust this kind of bait. But I couldn't resist. I stepped around the corner into the alley beside the diner, the walls closing in like a tunnel. The smell shifted here, something acrid, like burnt rubber mixed with wet leaves. My boots scraped on broken glass, and the faint drip of water echoed somewhere above, steady and slow. There was a figure crouched against the far wall, half hidden in shadow. My breath caught, muscles tensing. Who's there? I called out, voice steadier than I felt. No answer. Just silence. I edged closer. The figure didn't move. A flicker of movement, then a small package slid across the concrete toward me. Careful, I picked it up. The wrapping was rough brown paper, tied with twine, and inside was a small notebook. The cover was stained and worn, the edges frayed as if it had been carried around for years. I flipped it open. Inside, pages were filled with neat, cramped writing. At first, it looked like a diary, but then I realized it wasn't. It was my diary. Entries from a few weeks ago. Dead-on descriptions of my routines, the places I'd been, the people I'd spoken to. The last page was a list, written in the same ink smudge as the note from the diner. Tomorrow 7 p.m. Bridge. Don't be late. My stomach turned. I stuffed the notebook into my jacket and straightened up. The figure was gone. I wasn't sure if I wanted to follow the instructions or run the other way, but I already knew I wouldn't. Back on the street, the city hummed around me, indifferent to the invisible thread tightening around my neck. The bridge wasn't far. I could see it, a dark silhouette against the sky, its metal girders glowing faintly under the moonlight. 7 o'clock. I checked my watch. 6:55. I paused on the corner, heart drumming loud enough to drown out the city's distant sounds, a car horn, a subway rumble below ground, the buzz of neon signs. I looked up at the bridge. No one there. Just the cold wind brushing against my face, carrying the faint scent of river water and rust. I thought about calling someone. Anyone. But who? My friends would think I was losing it. The police? What would I even say? I had no proof. Nothing concrete. Just a feeling that someone was always one step ahead, watching, waiting. Then I saw the movement. A figure stepped out from behind a pillar, tall and lean, face obscured by the shadow of a hood. No smile this time. No words. Just a slow, deliberate nod. I swallowed hard. The bridge creaked faintly under my feet as I took a step forward. The river below whispered secrets I wasn't ready to hear. Why me? I asked, voice barely more than a whisper. He tilted his head, silent. Then, with a flicker of something like regret, he pointed to the notebook in my jacket. I pulled it out, flipping to the last page, the message glaring back at me. He took a step closer, the light catching the edge of his sleeve there, a small patch of fabric with a symbol I didn't recognize. Something official, maybe. Or a warning. Who are you? I demanded, the cold biting through my jacket. He didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, folded photograph. He tossed it to me. I caught it instinctively and unfolded it. The image was grainy, black and white, but unmistakable. It was me. Sleeping. In my own bed. The room around me was dim, but the shapes were clear. My lamp, the stack of books on the nightstand, the half-empty glass of water. And there, just beyond the window, a shadow that wasn't mine. My hands trembled as the photograph slipped from my fingers, fluttering to the ground. You see, he said finally, voice low and steady, this isn't just a game. It's a warning. And if you don't start paying attention, you won't get to play for much longer. The wind picked up, carrying the distant call of a siren. I looked around, suddenly aware of how exposed I was. The bridge felt less like a refuge and more like a trap. I'm not scared of you, I said, though my throat felt dry and raw. He smiled again, that cold, empty smile from the diner, and turned away. Good, he said over his shoulder. Because fear won't save you. Only knowing will. With that, he disappeared into the dark, swallowed by the night and the endless hum of the city. I stood there, alone on the bridge, the photograph still warm in my hand and the notebook heavy in my pocket. The game wasn't just beginning. It was already here. And I was running out of time. I woke to the sound of rain tapping against the window, a soft, steady rhythm that felt almost comforting after the chaos of the last few days. The room smelled faintly of damp wood and cold air sneaking through the cracked frame. For a moment, I let myself believe I was safe. That the nightmare that had been shadowing me was finally over. But the truth was harder to swallow. I sat up slowly, my hands trembling as the memory of yesterday's confrontation settled like a weight in my chest. The apartment was still quiet except for the rain and the occasional creak of the old building settling into the night. I reached for my phone on the bedside table, half expecting a message or a notification. Nothing. No sign. Still no sign of him. I tried to make sense of everything. The subtle signs, the fleeting glimpses, the unnerving feeling that I was never truly alone. For weeks, maybe months, I'd been changing my routines, shifting apartments, taking different routes to work, even altering my schedule at the gym and the grocery store. Yet the presence persisted, lurking just beyond clear sight. Always watching. Always knowing. Yesterday had been different. I thought I had seen him clearly, not just a shadow or a glimpse, but a face, a figure standing in the cafe doorway, watching me as I drank my coffee. He had looked at me directly, and for the first time, I had spoken. "Why are you following me?" I had asked, voice low but steady, my fingers curling around the cup so tightly I thought it might crack. He didn't answer. Instead, he just smiled, a slow, deliberate smile that made my skin crawl, and walked away. I wanted to chase after him, to demand answers, but my legs wouldn't obey. They felt rooted to the spot, caught in a web of fear and disbelief. I didn't sleep much that night. When dawn finally broke, I made a decision. I wasn't going to run anymore. Not from him, not from whatever this was. I had to face it head on. The day passed in a blur of rehearsed calm and forced smiles. I went to work, avoided my usual haunts, and kept my eyes peeled for any sign of him. But the day ended with nothing. No shadow in the corner of the cafe, no lingering figure on the street corner. Just silence. Complete silence. And then, as I walked home, the rain began again. I pulled my coat tighter around me, the cold soaking through to my skin. The city smelled of wet asphalt and distant exhaust fumes, a familiar yet oddly comforting scent. I tried to focus on the sound of my footsteps, the rhythm steady and grounding. That's when I saw it. A single red thread tied loosely around the handle of my front door. The thread was thin, almost delicate, but unmistakably there. I hadn't left it. No one else had a key. My breath caught in my throat. The thread was a message, a reminder that he had been here, had touched my space without permission. I touched the thread gingerly, feeling the rough texture against my skin. Why leave something so small, so subtle? What was the point? A sudden noise made me spin around. Nothing. Just the rain and the distant hum of a car passing by. My heart hammered in my chest, the cold sweat prickling at my temples. Inside, I locked the door behind me and sat down heavily on the couch. The thread lay on the table before me, a quiet accusation in red. I stared at it for a long time, trying to unravel the meaning behind it. Was it a warning? A taunt? Or something else entirely? I realized then that this wasn't about terrorizing me with grand, violent gestures. It was about control. About presence. He wanted me to know he was there, watching, waiting. And no matter how far I ran, no matter how many times I changed everything, this invisible leash kept tightening. That night, I didn't look out the window. I didn't check the locks obsessively. Instead, I sat in the dark, the thread clutched in my hand, and thought about what I needed to do. I couldn't keep living like this, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. I needed to reclaim my life. Not by hiding, but by confronting the reality of the situation with clear eyes and a steady heart. The next morning, I called the police. I told them everything, the sightings, the signs, the thread, the feeling of being hunted. They listened, took notes, and promised to increase patrols in my neighborhood. It wasn't much, but it was a start. I also reached out to a counselor, someone who specialized in trauma and anxiety. Talking about it helped, even if only a little. I learned to recognize the early signs of panic, to breathe through the moments when my mind tried to spiral into worst-case scenarios. Slowly, I began to take small steps back toward normalcy. I went to the cafe again, sat in my usual spot, and let the world carry on around me. I noticed the way the rain smelled on the pavement, the way the barista smiled when she handed me my coffee. Life carried on, messy and unpredictable, but it carried on nonetheless. Weeks passed without incident. No new threads. No lingering shadows. The presence that had haunted me faded, not with a bang but with the quiet persistence of time and attention. I won't pretend I'm completely healed. The memory of being watched doesn't vanish overnight. Sometimes, when I'm alone and the house is too quiet, I catch myself scanning the windows or checking the locks one more time before bed. But those moments are fewer now. I've learned that fear is a visitor, not a permanent resident. It can knock loudly, demand my attention, but it doesn't get to stay if I don't let it. What I faced was human, flawed, twisted, and cruel in its own way. No ghost, no shadow beyond the veil. Just a person who chose to invade my life, piece by piece, hoping to unravel me. But I'm still here. Standing. Breathing. Living. And finally, free. Story 5, Distorted Aisles, When Reality Frays. The first time I noticed it, I was standing in line at the grocery store, my hands clutching the worn handle of a shopping basket, the usual hum of fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. I was halfway through the line when the old automatic doors at the entrance shuttered, then swung open and closed on their own. A gust of cold air swept in, carrying the faint scent of rain and wet asphalt. The basket nearly slipped from my grasp. I blinked, startled. The doors usually responded smoothly to footsteps, not to the erratic flutter of my heartbeat. "Did you see that?" I whispered to the man behind me, a middle-aged guy in a faded baseball cap, but he just shook his head and focused on his phone. I wasn't sure if I'd said it out loud or just thought it. My throat felt tight, dry, like swallowing sandpaper. The line moved forward, and I shuffled along, heart thudding harder now. I tried to steady my breath, but my chest felt like it was about to snap in two. The soft beeping from the self-checkout machines to my left was oddly irregular, sometimes faster, sometimes pausing in ways that didn't make sense. I glanced over, wondering if someone had messed with them. No one was nearby. I remember the plastic bag dispenser next, the one with the sticky flap that always hummed crooked. As I reached out to pull a bag, the whole dispenser vibrated slightly, like a cell phone on silent mode, then rattled as if caught in a sudden tremor. I jerked my hand back, fingers twitching, and a small knot formed in my stomach. Probably just a glitch, I muttered to myself, though my voice sounded shaky, brittle. Outside, the rain had started in earnest. The tapping against the windows was steady but faint, like a secret knocking. The air smelled colder now, sharper, the kind that makes your skin prickle. I realized I hadn't noticed the usual faint buzz of the refrigerators back by the dairy aisle. It was as if the store's heartbeat had slowed, leaving a hollow silence underneath the mechanical drone. I tried to focus on the list in my hand, but the letters wavered, swimming in my vision. The ink seemed to smudge, though the paper was dry. I blinked harder. The lights above flickered for a moment, casting long shadows that stretched and contracted like slow breaths. I felt the prickly heat of sweat along my hairline. "Hey, are you okay?" a voice broke through, soft but concerned. The cashier, a young woman with a loose braid, glanced up from her register. "You look pale." I forced a smile. "Just a bit dizzy," I said, voice low, hoping it sounded casual. I didn't want to explain the restless hammering in my chest or the strange way the machines seemed to hiccup around me. She nodded slowly, eyes narrowing just a little, like she didn't quite believe me but didn't press. "Take your time," she said. I moved to the payment terminal, sliding my card through. The machine whirred, then beeped wildly, lights flashing red and green in quick succession. The screen froze, then went black. I stood there, blinking, the plastic card still in my hand. Around me, the other machines hummed normally. I started, but the cashier was already pressing buttons on her register, muttering apologies to another customer. Outside, the rain had slowed to a whisper, and the dull gray sky pressed against the windows like a heavy sheet. I swallowed hard, feeling my pulse spike again, fast and uneven, like a skipping record. The room seemed to tilt slightly, shadows creeping closer, the air thickening with something I couldn't name. I left the store without buying anything, the basket abandoned near the door. The sidewalk was slick with rain, the cool droplets stinging my cheeks. A dog barked somewhere down the street, sharp and sudden, then silence. Walking home, I told myself it was nothing. Just nerves. Heart pounding too fast. Machines breaking down. Normal things. Nothing to lose sleep over. But when I reached my apartment, the elevator refused to respond to my call. The button blinked, then went dark. I pressed it again. Nothing. The hallway light above flickered, casting the peeling wallpaper into strange patterns. I leaned against the cool wall, heart hammering so loud I could almost hear it outside my chest. My breath came in short bursts, a rhythm I couldn't control. I don't know how long I stood there before the stairwell door creaked open behind me. I turned sharply, expecting someone. No one. Just the echo of my own footsteps on the concrete stairs. Silence. Complete silence. At the top, the hallway light was steady again. The door to my apartment sat closed, ordinary, unremarkable. But inside, I felt like something had shifted, like the world was less stable than I thought. And maybe I was too. I reached out, fingers trembling, and touched the doorknob. It was cold, colder than it should have been for a summer night. I hesitated, then pushed the door open just enough to slip inside. The familiar scent of old books and stale coffee greeted me, but beneath it, something else lurked, an uneasy whisper I couldn't place. I closed the door slowly, locking it behind me, my heart still pounding, waiting for whatever came next. The dim light flickered overhead, casting uneven shadows that danced along the walls. Somewhere in the distance, a clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the silence like a warning. The clock's last chime lingered in the air, cold and heavy with silence long after the sound faded, as if it were reluctant to let go. I leaned against the door, breathing uneven, and the silence swallowed me whole. Noises from the street below, cars, distant voices, the faint bark of a dog felt distant, like they belonged to someone else's life. Mine was here, in this stifling apartment, with its too bright light and the faint hum of an old refrigerator that suddenly sounded off-key. The air smelled faintly of coffee grounds and dust, but beneath that, a metallic tang I couldn't place. I sat down on the worn couch, the fabric rough under my fingertips, and tried to focus. My pulse was still racing, that familiar thudding that had first started months ago but now felt like an alarm warning me of something real. Not just panic, not just some trick my brain played on me, something tangible. Machines reacting. The elevator, the stairwell light, the door itself. I touched the doorknob again. Cold. Too cold. Was I imagining it? The idea was ridiculous. Still, I had to be sure. I pulled out my phone and opened the Notes app. Typed the first thing that came to mind. Heart rate spikes seemed to coincide with nearby machinery malfunctions. I stared at the sentence, wondering if I sounded like a madman. But I wasn't inventing this. That elevator door had stalled just as my chest tightened. The flickering hallway light seemed to sync with my breathing. The refrigerator's low hum had shifted pitch as my hands trembled. I pressed my palm against the fridge door. It buzzed faintly, vibrating in a way that felt unnatural. My fingers tingled. This wasn't anxiety anymore. It was something else. Something worse. The next morning, sunlight spilled through the thin curtains, casting pale stripes across the floor. I woke with a dry mouth and a pounding headache. The memory of last night's oddities clung to me like smoke. I almost didn't want to get up, afraid that moving might set off another cascade of malfunctions. But work wouldn't wait, and I needed answers. I needed to understand if my body was betraying me or if the world around me was. At the coffee shop down the block, the barista smiled when she saw me, but her usual warmth felt distant, filtered through a layer of unease I couldn't explain. I ordered my usual, a black coffee, no sugar, trying to steady my hands as the espresso machine hissed behind the counter. Then it happened. The machine sputtered, steam hissing irregularly, the grinder rattling out of sync. The barista frowned, stepping back, and the lights above flickered once, then twice. I caught my breath, watching the tiny chaos unfold, feeling a strange knot tighten in my chest. "I'm sorry," she said, glancing at me as if I were the cause of the disruption. "Not sure what's going on with this thing today." I shook my head, forcing a smile that didn't reach my eyes. "Maybe it's just the heat," I said, but the words tasted hollow. Outside, the city felt relentless. Cars honked, children laughed, a cyclist shouted at a pedestrian, but I felt like I was moving through a world on the edge of collapse, every heartbeat a trigger. I tried to focus on the mundane, concrete textures, the faint smell of exhaust, the rough bark of the old tree by the crosswalk, but even those details felt charged, as if the ordinary was hiding something volatile. Back home, I started an experimental log, jotting down times when my heart rate surged and the corresponding events around me. I measured my pulse with a cheap digital monitor, noting every spike. Then I recorded the elevator's behavior, the flickering lights in the hallway, the refrigerator's hum. Patterns emerged, but they were maddeningly inconsistent. Sometimes the machines misbehaved without any obvious trigger. Other times, I'd feel my chest tighten, and everything nearby would shudder or glitch. I called my doctor the next day, trying to sound rational. "I'm experiencing panic attacks, but there's more," I said. "It's like my body is affecting the electronics around me." "I know it sounds crazy." There was a long pause on the other end. "Can you describe what you mean, exactly?" I hesitated. "Like when my heart races, things break down. Lights flicker, machines falter. It's as if my anxiety is causing real physical damage." "Have you been under a lot of stress lately?" "Months," I admitted. "But this is different. It feels dangerous." The doctor suggested therapy, medication, but I wasn't convinced. I needed to understand what was happening, not just numb it. Later that evening, I met with Claire, an old friend and an electrical engineer, hoping she might shed some light. We sat at a small diner, the buzz of neon signs humming outside the window. She listened carefully as I explained, her brow furrowing. "Machines don't just fail because someone's anxious," she said, stirring her coffee. "There's got to be a physical explanation. Electromagnetic interference, maybe? But your body doesn't even feel strong enough to do that." "I know," I said. "But what if it's not just my body? What if it's the combination, my anxiety plus something else in the environment?" She looked at me, skeptical. "Like what?" I shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe a faulty power line? A grounding issue? Something that reacts to electrical signals from the body during panic." Claire tapped her fingers on the table. "If you want, I can come by tomorrow and check your place. See if there's any wiring problems or interference. But you need to be careful." "Why?" "Because if it's real, it's not just inconvenient. It could be dangerous." "You said the elevator door stalled on you?" "That's a safety hazard." The thought made my stomach churn. I hadn't considered how many ways this could spiral out of control. What if the malfunction caused a fire? Or someone got trapped? I swallowed hard. "Thanks," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know what I'd do without someone who doesn't think I'm losing it." We laughed, but the humor felt brittle. The next day, Claire arrived with a toolbox and a serious expression. The apartment felt smaller with 2 people in it, the air heavy with unspoken fears. As she poked around the fuse box and tested sockets, I monitored my pulse, trying to keep calm. But the moment my heart rate ticked up, The ceiling fan wobbled, the lights flickered again. Claire's eyes narrowed. There's definitely a grounding issue here. Look at this. She pointed to a loose wire near the breaker panel, sparking faintly. That could explain the flickering, I said, relief washing over me. But not why it reacts to you specifically, she added. She trailed off, looking at me like I'd just handed her a puzzle with missing pieces. We spent the afternoon hunting down every loose connection, every frayed wire. The building was old, its infrastructure creaking under years of neglect. I realized this wasn't just about me. It was the building, the machines, and my own body all tangled together in a dangerous dance. That night, as Claire packed up to leave, she turned to me. You need to be careful. If your panic spikes can trigger this kind of malfunction, it's only a matter of time before something worse happens. Her words settled like stones in my chest. I wanted to argue, to say I could handle it, but I knew she was right. Later, alone again, the apartment was strangely silent. I sat on the couch, the rough fabric scraping against my skin, and tried to breathe slow and steady. The faint metallic scent was back, stronger this time. I looked at the clock. Midnight. The same as before. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone. I opened my notes, reread the list of incidents. Claire crouched by the breaker panel, her fingers tracing the jagged edges of the loose wire sparking faintly in the dim light. The faint smell of ozone teased my nostrils, sharp, almost metallic, and I flinched instinctively. That's definitely the culprit, she said, voice low and serious. But it doesn't explain why the flicker's tied to you. She looked up, eyes searching mine, and for a moment the room felt like a trap, the air thick and suffocating. I swallowed hard, feeling the familiar flutter in my chest, not quite a panic attack yet, but close enough to set the hairs on my arms on edge. My pulse was a drumbeat I couldn't control, and as it sped up, the old ceiling fan above us wobbled again, creaking like it might snap loose from the mounting. The lights blinked, shadows jerking across the peeling wallpaper. Claire frowned, standing abruptly. We need to think beyond just the wiring. This isn't normal. Her gaze was sharp, determined. What if it's not just a physical fault? What if something about you is causing this? She hesitated, then added, I know it sounds crazy, but you're the only common factor. I wanted to laugh. I really did. But the knot in my stomach tightened so fiercely I almost doubled over. I'm not. A walking short circuit, I said, voice cracking. Maybe it's the stress. Maybe I'm imagining it. She shook her head. No. I saw the microwave shut off right when you started breathing hard. The thermostat went haywire the moment your heart rate spiked. She waved a hand toward the kitchen. This isn't coincidence. I paced the cramped living room, the threadbare carpet rough under my bare feet, the smell of old coffee lingering in the air. My hands trembled, fingers brushing against the cracked plaster on the wall. I tried to steady my breath, but the panic was like a storm gathering speed inside me. What if I'm broken? I muttered, more to myself than to Claire. What if this is permanent? Her eyes softened for a second. You're not broken. But this, whatever this is, it's real. And it's dangerous. She glanced toward the window. Rain had started, drumming a steady rhythm against the glass. Have you thought about leaving? Getting away from everything? Maybe it's the building, or the wiring, or, I don't know, the neighborhood. I shook my head. I can't. Not now. The apartment felt smaller by the second, walls closing in. I don't even know where to go. And this thing, it's not just here. It follows me. Claire frowned again, biting her lip. Then we need to figure out what it is. You said it started months ago, right? After that awful panic attack at work? Yeah. I sank onto the couch, the fabric coarse against my skin. That was the first time I noticed something weird. My pulse was racing, and suddenly the copier jammed. Then the lights flickered. People laughed it off, but I didn't. She sat beside me, toolbox at her feet. So it's been building up. Her voice was steady, like an anchor in the swirling chaos. Maybe your body's reacting to stress in a way that interferes with electronics. Some kind of electromagnetic interference. I stared at her, incredulous. You're serious? As serious as I can be without a degree in physics, she said with a faint smile. But it's the only explanation that fits. The idea was terrifying. If my anxiety was literally short-circuiting the world around me, what did that mean for my future? For anyone I cared about? I closed my eyes, the taste of stale air and dust filling my mouth. The hum of the refrigerator grew louder, then stuttered into silence. A distant siren wailed, cutting through the rain's rhythm. Suddenly, my phone buzzed, sharp and insistent. I grabbed it, heart pounding anew. A text from an unknown number. We know what you are. You can't hide. I blinked. The message sat there, glowing on the screen like a warning. My hand shook as I locked the phone and set it down. Claire's face was pale. What the hell? She whispered. I don't know, I said, voice barely audible. But this just got worse. Outside, the streetlight flickered and died, plunging the room into semi-darkness. The apartment felt colder, the shadows deeper. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake the chill. Claire stood, pacing. This is bigger than wiring or stress. Someone knows about this. About you. I swallowed hard. I want to run. I want to disappear. She stopped abruptly, eyes fierce. You can't. Not anymore. This is the point of no return. Something inside me snapped. The panic that had simmered for months boiled over into a sharp, burning necessity. I wasn't just a victim anymore. I was a target. We have to figure out who's behind this, Claire said, voice low but urgent. Before it's too late. I nodded, the weight of her words settling over me like a shroud. The apartment felt like a cage, every flicker and glitch a reminder that escape was slipping farther away. The lights flickered again. The ceiling fan wobbled dangerously. And outside, the rain kept falling, relentless and cold. I wasn't safe. Not here. Not anywhere. But there was no turning back now. The apartment was a cold, uneasy place now. We can't just sit here, she said, voice low but firm. We've got to move. Find some answers. I nodded, though the words felt hollow. My throat was dry, and every breath in felt sharp, like shards of glass sliding down my windpipe. My heart hammered, a frantic drumbeat that refused to slow. I could feel it deep in my chest, a rising tide of panic that wasn't just in my head anymore. It was physical. Real. Dangerous. The lights flickered again, more violently this time. The ceiling fan above us wobbled, its blades slicing the air with a terrifying unevenness. I stepped back instinctively, the hairs on my neck rising. The hum of the fan was off, too loud, jittery. It sounded like it was going to tear itself apart. Did you hear that? Claire whispered, her voice barely audible over the storm outside. I swallowed hard. Yeah. It's not normal. The apartment had become a trap. Every electronic device, every piece of machinery shifted unpredictably, reacting to something I couldn't control. Or maybe something I was controlling, though I didn't want to admit it. My panic attacks, my racing heart, were triggering these malfunctions. It was like my body was a switch, flipping lights, fans, alarms, all into chaos. I hated it. I hated feeling like I was the source of this invisible storm. Claire moved closer, lowering her voice. We need to figure out if someone's doing this on purpose. If there's a person behind it. But who? I asked, voice cracking. Why me? She shook her head, frustration tightening her jaw. I don't know. But someone's watching. Someone who knows we're onto them. The thought sent a shiver crawling down my spine. Not just paranoia anymore. Real danger. I looked around the room, the familiar clutter suddenly sinister. The hum from the refrigerator buzzed erratically, the digital display flickering like a dying heartbeat. I stepped closer, pressing my palm against its cold surface, trying to find some anchor in the chaos. My hands trembled. My breath hitched. Suddenly, the refrigerator's door creaked open a fraction, just enough to make me jump back. The sound, a slow, deliberate groan, hung in the air. I stared at it, frozen. No one was in the kitchen. No breeze. Nothing that could have caused it. Did you? Claire began, then stopped, her eyes darting to the door. I shook my head. No. It just opened. The panic that had been simmering in my chest flared, hot and wild. My heart kicked into overdrive, pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. The refrigerator's light flickered, then went out completely, casting the kitchen into darkness. Claire grabbed my arm. Come on. We need to get out of here. I followed her, every step heavy, as if the floor itself was pulling me down. The hallway was a tunnel of shadows. The walls seemed closer, the air thick with the scent of damp plaster and something else, metallic, like blood, but I knew it wasn't. Just my imagination, or maybe the adrenaline messing with my senses. We reached the front door. I reached for the lock, fumbling with numb fingers. My heart hammered so loudly I thought Claire might hear it. Suddenly, the hallway light above us exploded in a shower of sparks, the glass raining down in tiny shards. The sharp smell of burnt wiring filled the air. Claire yelped and pulled me back just in time. I felt the heat on my skin, a sudden rush of fear twisting my stomach. This wasn't just malfunction anymore. It was escalating. Getting worse. What the hell? Claire gasped, eyes wide in the strobing, smoky light. I shook my head, trying to clear the ringing in my ears. I don't know. I swear, I'm not doing this on purpose. She looked at me like she wanted to believe me but wasn't sure she could. We need to call someone. A professional. An electrician, a technician, anyone who can explain this. I nodded, but my hands were shaking so badly I dropped my phone. It skittered across the floor, the screen cracking against the tile with a sharp crack. My breath caught. The room seemed to close in. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to steady the chaos inside me. The pounding in my chest was relentless now, and I could feel it sinking with the erratic flickering of the hallway light. In that moment, I realized something worse than the flickering lights or the malfunctioning appliances. The real terror wasn't the equipment. It was me. My own body turning against me, becoming a hazard. A threat. Claire, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. What if I can't control it? What if this? All of this. It's just going to get worse. She crouched down, her fingers brushing a strand of hair out of my face. We'll figure it out. Together. but I wasn't so sure anymore. The room seemed to pulse with the rhythm of my heart, every beat echoing in the walls. The refrigerator hummed again, this time louder, a deep, uneven growl. The ceiling fan above creaked dangerously, its blades twitching. Suddenly, the TV in the corner snapped on. Static filled the screen, crackling and buzzing. I spun toward it, heart leaping. The volume surged, a high-pitched whine piercing the air. "Turn it off," Claire shouted over the noise. I lunged for the remote, but my hands fumbled. The static shifted, forming patterns, shapes that made no sense but felt like a message. I blinked, trying to focus. My vision blurred. The panic surged, breaking free in a wave of heat and cold. My knees buckled. The world tilted. I crashed to the floor, the TV's noise drowning out everything else. The air smelled of burnt plastic and fear. My ears rang. My chest heaved. Claire was there, hands on my shoulders, steadying me. Breathe. Just breathe. But the room wasn't coming. The ceiling fan spun faster, the blades slicing the air with a violent hum. The lights flickered again, plunging us into darkness for a moment before bursting back on. I closed my eyes, desperate to shut it all out. To stop the chaos. To stop myself. When I opened them again, Claire's face was inches from mine, her eyes fierce in the unforgiving light. "We're not done yet," she said, voice low but unwavering. Not by a long shot. And suddenly, I wasn't sure if I was the danger or the victim anymore. The storm outside had quieted, but inside, the real tempest was just beginning. The room was quiet now, but it wasn't peaceful. It was nearly dawn. I could hear the distant drip of a faucet somewhere down the hall, and a dog's bark, muffled by the thick walls. Outside, the storm had finally passed, leaving behind that heavy wet smell that clings to everything like regret. I swallowed hard, tasting the stale air, faintly tinged with burnt plastic, the souvenir from the TV's last tantrum. Claire sat beside me, silent but present. Her eyes didn't leave mine. "Do you think it's over?" I asked, voice hoarse. She shook her head slowly. "No. But maybe it's different now." "Different how?" I wanted to ask, but the words got tangled in my throat. Different was vague and cruel, like the promise of a storm that never quite breaks. I looked around the room. The usual clutter, the coffee mugs, the stack of unpaid bills, the crooked pile of magazines seemed innocuous, but I couldn't shake the feeling that each object was waiting, watching. "Do you remember what you said last night?" Claire's voice broke through the fog. "About not knowing if you were the danger or the victim." I nodded, because that was the heart of it. For months, I'd been trapped in this invisible cage, my body rebelling in ways that twisted reality. Machines blinking, buzzing, and breaking down around me like my panic attacks were some kind of electric curse. I tried to explain it, but who would believe that my own anxiety was sabotaging the world? Claire's brow furrowed. Maybe it's not about being either one. Maybe it's about control. Or the loss of it. I let her words sink in. Control. That had been the cruel joke all along. My heart rate spiked, and with it, the malfunctioning appliances. I wasn't a ghost or a freak. I was a conduit for chaos, unintentional, unpredictable. I glanced at the wall clock. It had stopped at 3:17 a.m., the minute hand frozen mid-tick. The silence pressed harder, filling the room with a thick tension. I didn't trust the clock anymore. Not after all this. Claire's voice was softer now. "You can't live like this, you know. Waiting for the next meltdown, the next blackout." I swallowed again. Then what? What am I supposed to do? She shrugged, then reached into her bag and pulled out a small notebook, its pages dog-eared and worn. I did some reading. Not just about anxiety, but about the physical effects it can have. There are cases rare, but documented, where stress impacts electrical systems. Not supernatural, just human bodies disrupting signals in ways we don't fully understand. I blinked, skeptical but desperate for any foothold. You mean it's real? Not just me losing my mind? Real, she said firmly. And fixable. The idea of fixable was both a bomb and a burden. Could I really get better? Could I stop the random, dangerous glitches? The thought made my chest tighten again, but this time I caught it early. I forced myself to breathe in slowly, counting to 5, then out. 1, 2, 3. Claire watched me, patient and steady. We're going to try something, she said. I wanted to believe her. The last few months had chipped away at my hope like waves eroding a cliff, slow, relentless, and brutal. But maybe, just maybe, this was a turning point. The next day dawned dull and gray, the sky heavy with clouds that threatened rain. I stayed close to the window, watching the world move without incident. No flickering lights, no sudden appliance failures. My heart beat unevenly, sure, but I felt a fragile thread of calm stitching the edges together. Claire came over with a plan. Therapy, yes, but also practical steps, meditation, grounding exercises, and a promise to monitor every spike and crash. We set up a small journal on the kitchen table, a place to record my physical symptoms alongside the electrical oddities in the apartment. If I could find a pattern, maybe I could predict the chaos, maybe even control it. It wasn't easy. The first week was a mess of fits and starts, anxiety rising like a tide without warning. The toaster sparked once, sending a wisp of smoke into the air. I jumped back, heart hammering, and the moment stretched into terror. Claire's voice was calm, but firm. Focus on the breath. You're not the machine. I repeated it like a mantra, clinging to the words as the toaster cooled and the silence returned. Slowly, the episodes grew less violent. The machine still hiccuped now and then, but the worst had passed. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the buildings and the city lights flickered awake, I sat alone in the quiet apartment. The hum of the refrigerator was steady, the ceiling fan turning lazily above me. I realized I hadn't checked my pulse in hours, not because I was ignoring it, but because it no longer felt like a ticking time device. I smiled, a small, tentative thing. The storm inside me hadn't vanished, but it wasn't ruling everything either. I'd learned the hard way that fear could twist reality, but it didn't have to own me. Claire's voice came from the other room, calling me to dinner. Come on, slowpoke. I'm not letting you turn into a ghost in your own home. I stood, muscles stiff but willing, and moved toward the sound. The apartment felt different, less like a trap, more like a place I could live in again. The machines hummed in harmony, no longer enemies or wild cards. That night, as I lay in bed listening to the faint drip of rain against the window, I understood something vital. The danger wasn't some outside force or haunted device. It had been inside me all along, my own body and mind tangled in a fight for balance. I didn't know what tomorrow would bring. The future was uncertain, and maybe that was okay. Because I was here, still standing, still breathing, still fighting. And for now, that was enough. Story 6, Elm Street Divergence, Our Ride Between Worlds. The coffee was lukewarm before I even took a sip, the kind of morning that felt like it was dragging its feet. This was the start of my routine. Every morning, I waited at the corner of 12th and Elm for the carpool. It wasn't a formal arrangement, more of a collection of strangers who happened to share a route. The driver, always the same gray sedan, Always the same uneasy hum of the engine picked us up right on time, usually before the city fully shook off its sleep. I never asked how they found me, and they never volunteered the details. It was a small concession to convenience, and honestly, I liked the quiet company. The hum of the road, brief conversations, the occasional silence thick enough to taste. But that morning, something felt off. The first to arrive was a woman I'd never seen before. She stood a few feet away, shoulders hunched beneath a threadbare coat that looked like it had seen better days, her eyes darting nervously between the cracked pavement and the street. Her breath fogged the air, cold and heavy with silence, catching the weak sunlight like a fragile ghost. When she caught my gaze, she didn't smile. Instead, she gave a small nod, the kind that felt more like an invitation to stay alert than a greeting. I hesitated, then looked down the street for the car. I heard the distant rumble before I saw the familiar sedan pull into view, its headlights half covered in grime. As it slowed, the woman stepped closer, and I realized she was clutching a folded piece of paper, crumpled and stained, as if it had been carried through a storm. The driver, a man in his 50s with a lined face and tired eyes, rolled down the window. "Morning," he said, voice low and gravelly, like he was still waking up himself. "Get in. We're leaving soon." The woman slid into the back seat without a word. I followed, sitting beside her, and the car filled with the smell of old leather and something faintly metallic, like the hint of rust or cold machinery. The engine hummed to life, and the city began to blur past the windows, brick walls, faded graffiti, the occasional stray cat darting across alleys. "New to the route?" I asked, trying to break the silence. The woman's eyes flicked toward me, sharp and steady. "Sort of," she said. Her voice was soft but carried an edge I couldn't place. "I'm from a different Elm Street." I blinked. The words caught in my throat, but I forced myself to nod, like that explained something obvious. "You don't believe me," she said. "That's fine." Neither did I, at first. I thought about saying something clever, or asking what she meant. Instead, I looked out the window, watching a bird take flight, a small, ordinary thing that somehow felt significant in the quiet tension of the car. The rest of the ride passed in uneasy silence. The usual passengers, two men who shared a newspaper and a woman who tapped rhythmically on her phone, didn't seem to notice the new presence or the strange claim. I tried to focus on the familiar streets, the way the morning light hit the cracked sidewalks, how the distant hum of construction mingled with the city waking up. But the woman's words echoed in my mind, a different Elm Street. When we reached downtown, the car slowed near a construction site, yellow tape stretched between orange cones, the smell of fresh concrete thick in the air. I glanced at the woman, expecting her to say something, but she was staring out the window, her jaw tight. "Did you mean that literally?" I finally asked. "Like another version of this city?" She didn't answer right away. Then, quietly, "Yes. And things there aren't good. Not like here." Her tone was dark, almost urgent. My hands trembled in my lap for a moment, which I blamed on the cold or the too strong coffee. But there was a weight behind her words, something that settled over the car like a shadow. The driver pulled over at the usual stop, and the woman stood up quickly, folding the crumpled paper carefully. "I have to tell you something," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Something that's coming. Something you need to prepare for." I looked at her, my own breath catching. The city seemed to hold its breath with me. "Why me?" I asked, though the question felt like a trap. She hesitated. "Because you listen. Because you're the one who'll hear it when no one else will." The door clicked shut behind her as she stepped into the morning light. I watched her fade into the crowd, a ghost of a stranger who wasn't quite a stranger. The car rolled forward, and the city resumed its rhythm, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted, something subtle, like the moment before a storm when the air tastes strange and the world waits. I didn't know it then, but that morning was the calm before everything changed. The hum of distant traffic mingled with the faint chatter of early risers, but inside me, a quiet tension had taken root. I folded my hands on the steering wheel, eyes fixed on the horizon where pale clouds gathered. There was an unspoken promise in that uneasy stillness, a whisper that whatever came next wouldn't be easy, and that I'd need to listen harder than ever before. The radio crackled softly, a familiar voice breaking through the static with a news bulletin I barely caught. A sense of urgency laced the words, though the details were still unclear. My fingers tightened their grip, heart quickening as the usual routines felt suddenly fragile, like glass teetering on the edge of a fall. Outside, a lone figure hurried past, glancing back as if sensing the shift in the air, and I realized that the world was waking up to something new, something I wasn't quite ready to face. The morning air was colder than I remembered, sharp enough to make my breath hang in front of me like smoke. I replayed the news bulletin from the night before in my head. The reporter's voice had been clipped, urgent, but the details were fuzzy, some accident, a blackout in the northern district. Nothing concrete yet. Still, it fit too well with what the carpool strangers had said. Too well to ignore. I sipped the bitter coffee from the paper cup, the heat seeping into my fingers. My mind was spinning, tangled in questions I hadn't dared ask out loud. Why me? Why were their stories always on the cusp of reality? And what exactly did they want from me? The bell above the cafe door jingled, pulling me out of my thoughts. I looked up to see Mara stepping inside, her usual calm replaced by something sharper, more urgent. She spotted me immediately and made her way over, her boots clicking on the cracked tile floor. "Did you hear?" she asked, lowering her voice as she approached. "There was another blackout last night, this time downtown. The power's been flickering all night." I nodded, setting my cup down with a soft clink. "Yeah, I caught the tail end of it on the radio. It's spreading faster than I thought." Her eyes flicked to the window, where the first fat drops of rain began to fall, tapping rhythmically against the glass. "It's more than just power outages," she said, voice barely above a whisper. "There's talk of protests turning violent. People scared, angry. The city's not just losing electricity, it's losing control." A shiver ran down my spine. The cold wasn't just outside anymore. It was settling in, deeper than the weather could explain. "We should check in with the others," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Maybe there's something we're missing." Mara nodded. I was thinking the same thing. I messaged Raj this morning. He said he'd meet us at the park near the river in an hour. The park felt like a strange choice for a meeting spot, but I didn't question it. If anything, the more mundane the place, the better. Somewhere in the ordinary, maybe we could find answers. The rain picked up as we left the cafe, cold droplets stinging my face. The city smelled different under the wet sky, damp concrete, wet leaves, the faint metallic tang of electricity in the air, cold and heavy with silence. I noticed the usual hum of traffic was quieter, like the city was holding back, waiting. When we arrived at the park, Raj was already there, pacing near the rusted playground equipment. His brow was furrowed, and he kept glancing at his phone. I could see the tension in his jaw, the way his hands trembled just slightly when he checked the screen. "Something's wrong," he said as soon as we got close. "The outages aren't random. They're targeted." I blinked, trying to process. Targeted? Like someone's doing this on purpose? Raj nodded. Exactly. And it's not just power. Communications are down 2 cell towers, internet nodes. The city's being cut off piece by piece. Mara's eyes narrowed. Who would do that? And why? Raj shrugged, but there was no real answer in his expression. Instead, he pulled out a small notebook, flipping through pages filled with scribbles and maps. I've been tracking the outages. There's a pattern focused on key infrastructure. Hospitals, emergency services, transportation hubs. I swallowed hard, the weight of his words settling over me like a thick fog. So, this isn't just citywide chaos. It's an attack. Raj looked up, his gaze sharp. And whoever's behind it wants to control the city, or at least, control how we respond. The idea made my stomach twist. Control. That word echoed in my head, louder than the rain hitting the leaves. What did that mean for me? For all of us? We sat on a wet bench, the cold seeping through my jeans. The park was mostly empty, save for a few early joggers hurrying past, their heads down against the rain. The usual sounds of birds and children's laughter were missing, replaced by an oppressive quiet. I glanced over at Mara. She looked more composed than I felt, but I caught the way her fingers clenched and unclenched in her lap. The tension was real. We need to be careful, I said. If they're targeting the infrastructure, it won't stop with power or phones. What if it's water, gas, transportation? The city could become a trap. Raj's eyes darkened. Exactly. And the more isolated we get, the easier it is to manipulate people. To make us desperate enough to do what they want. A cold wind swept through the park, carrying the scent of wet earth and something metallic I couldn't place. I pulled my jacket tighter again, feeling exposed. Have you told anyone else? I asked. About the carpool? About what we found? Raj shook his head. No. Not yet. We don't know who's involved. Could be anyone. The thought made the hairs on the back of my neck rise. If anyone could be involved, then everyone was suspect. Mara stood abruptly, rain dripping from the brim of her hat. We need to gather more information. Talk to people, see if anyone else has noticed strange patterns. But quietly. If the wrong ears hear us. Her voice trailed off, but the implication was clear. This wasn't just about city disruptions anymore. It was about survival. I looked at my watch. The meeting was supposed to end soon, but none of us wanted to move. There was a weight in the air, a gathering storm far beyond the weather. Then my phone buzzed. I pulled it out, expecting another news alert or a message from one of the others. Instead, it was a text from an unknown number. You're closer than you think. Don't trust the ones who drive you. The screen blurred as my hands trembled. I looked up at Raj and Mara, their faces strained in the dim light. The real horror wasn't just the city unraveling. It was who was pulling the strings, and what they wanted from me. I stared at the message on my phone, the screen's glow bleeding into the dark corner of the cafe where we'd been meeting. My fingers trembled so badly I almost dropped the phone. I forced myself to look up. Raj's eyes were fixed on me, sharp and unreadable, while Mara's expression had hardened into something I couldn't quite place. Concern? Fear? Or calculation? Who sent that? I asked, voice low, hoping it wasn't another layer of this tangled mess. Mara shook her head slowly. No clue. But whoever it is, they want you to doubt us. Doubt us. The phrase hit like a slap. Was I really supposed to trust these strangers from alternate versions of this city? Or was I just another pawn in a game I didn't understand? I glanced around the dim cafe, the hum of the refrigerator behind the counter, the faint clink of cups, the scrape of a chair in the back. Normal sounds. Normal place. But nothing felt normal anymore. Why me? I asked. Why all this? What do you want from me? Raj finally spoke. You saw the patterns. The disasters we warned about, they happened. That's not coincidence. We're not just passengers in this city's story. We're part of the narrative. And you're a key character. I swallowed hard. A key character. That sounded like something out of a book, not my life. But then, what else explained the unexplainable? The strange carpoolers, the warnings, the message. Mara leaned forward, voice dropping to a whisper. You don't get to walk away from this. Not anymore. I wanted to argue, to say I'd find another way, but my throat was dry, my mind spinning. I felt trapped, like quicksand pulling me deeper with every breath. Last night, I said, trying to steady myself, I thought maybe if I ignored all this, it would go away. But now, I'm not so sure. Raj nodded. It won't. Not now. You're involved. And they know. The word slipped out before I could stop it. The ones who don't want this city or you to change. The ones who want control. Mara's eyes darkened. They've been watching. Listening. Waiting. A cold shiver slid down my spine. Watching. Listening. Waiting. Like I was a mouse in a maze, and someone held the cheese just out of reach. I looked down at my phone again. The message remained, blinking like a warning. Don't trust the ones who drive you. But I wasn't sure who that included anymore. Mara and Raj? The strangers from alternate cities? Or someone else entirely? The cafe door jingled, a gust of wind pushing rain inside. I glanced toward it, startled. A man stood there, soaked, face obscured by a hat pulled low. He didn't come in. Just paused, looked around, then disappeared back into the night. Did you see that? I whispered. Raj and Mara exchanged a glance. He's one of them, Mara said quietly. They're closer than we thought. The words settled over me like a weight. They weren't just stories anymore. Not strangers. Not warnings. This was real. And I was caught in the middle. I wanted to run. To forget the texts, the meetings, the secrets. But the city outside was no longer safe. The carpool, my only connection, my only way forward, had become a trap. Mara stood abruptly, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. We have to move. There's no going back. The rain started again, heavier this time. I grabbed my coat, the fabric rough against my skin. My hands still shook, but I didn't argue. As we stepped outside, the cold air hit me like a slap. The streetlights flickered, casting long, shifting shadows. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, sharp, urgent, like a warning. I realized then that the real horror wasn't the disasters, or the alternate versions of this city. It was the truth I'd uncovered. I was in deeper than I could ever escape. And whatever was coming next, it was already waiting for me. I pulled my coat tighter around me, the chill seeping through every thread, biting at my skin. The streets were almost deserted, save for the occasional figure slipping through alleys or disappearing behind cracked shutters. Their faces were obscured, but I felt their eyes watching, calculating. We need to move, my companion whispered, glancing nervously over her shoulder. They'll be here soon. I nodded, heart hammering as we picked up the pace. The city seemed to close in around us, every corner promising revelation or ruin. The weight of the truth pressed down heavier with every step, the layers of lies, the manipulation, the puppeteers pulling strings from shadows I hadn't yet glimpsed. A sudden noise, a metallic clang, made me freeze. We ducked behind a dumpster, breath shallow, ears straining. Footsteps approached, slow and deliberate, echoing against the grimy brick walls. "They're close," she muttered, hand brushing mine in warning. I swallowed hard, the taste of fear bitter on my tongue. But beneath the panic, a flicker of something else stirred defiance. I couldn't run from this anymore. Not when the answers were within reach, tangled in the darkness just ahead. As the footsteps passed, fading into the distance, I let out a slow breath, steeling myself. Whatever awaited me next, I would face it. Because now, I understood, the nightmare wasn't just around me, it was inside me. And only by confronting it could I hope to find a way out. The cold air pressed against my skin as I crouched behind the dumpster, the rough brick wall scraping against my back. "They're close," she whispered again, the words barely piercing the heavy silence. I nodded, swallowing the bitter taste of adrenaline that coated my tongue. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting jerky shadows that stretched and retracted like reaching hands. It was the kind of night that felt alive, watching, waiting. I glanced around, trying to read the dark corners for any sign of movement. A rat skittered across the cracked pavement, scattering dried leaves like secrets too small to matter. But the footsteps, they were deliberate, methodical, too careful to be random. Whoever they weren't just passing by. I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said earlier, about those puppeteers in the shadows. The people who had been weaving lies, tightening their grip on my reality until it felt like the city itself was closing in. I had to keep moving, but every instinct screamed to freeze, to disappear into the darkness and let the night swallow me whole. "We need to move," she said, voice low and urgent. "Now!" The moment stretched thin, a fragile thread between chaos and control. I pushed myself up, muscles stiff from tension. We slipped out from behind the dumpster, stepping lightly on broken glass and discarded wrappers. The alley was a narrow tunnel of shadow, the faint hum of the city a distant reminder that life went on somewhere beyond this suffocating cage. I could feel the heat of her body close beside me, a steady pulse against my side. For a moment, I wondered if she could sense the storm tumbling inside me, the mix of dread and defiance that refused to be quelled. I wasn't sure if I was ready for what came next, but I knew I had no choice. A sudden noise made me freeze again, metal scraping against metal, closer this time. The footsteps accelerated, a heavy rhythm that reverberated through the alley. I caught a glimpse of movement, a shadow detaching itself from the darkness at the far end. My breath caught. There was no turning back. "Stay close," she warned, her hand tightening around mine. "If they catch you alone, you're finished." Finished. The word echoed in my mind, sharp and absolute. I didn't know what finished meant exactly, but I knew it wasn't good. The city was a maze of versions now, fractured realities folding over each other like layers of cracked ice. And somewhere in that chaos, someone wanted me. Not for who I was, no, worse than that. For what I could become. The shadow moved into the dim light, a man, his face half hidden by a hood pulled low. His eyes caught mine for a split second, cold and unreadable. I wanted to look away, but something held me there, locked in a stare that felt like a challenge. "What do you want?" I asked, voice sharper than I intended. He didn't answer. Instead, he stepped forward, slow and deliberate, and the tension in the air thickened like storm clouds ready to burst. Behind him, another figure emerged, then another. The alley was closing in, the walls pressing closer with every heartbeat. I squeezed her hand, trying to steady myself. The stories from the carpool, the warnings, the disasters they predicted, they weren't random anymore. They were a map, a countdown etched into the city's veins. And now, the hunters were here. "You don't understand," I said, though I wasn't sure who I was trying to convince. Maybe myself. "I don't know what you think I have," But it's not worth this. One of the men smiled, a slow, deliberate curl of his lips that didn't reach his eyes. It's not about what you have. It's about what you can see. What you can change. The words hit me like a slap. Change. The very thing I'd been running from, the thing I couldn't escape. They wanted control, to rewrite the city's story with me as the key. But at what cost? Why me? I asked, voice cracking. Because you listen, the first man said. Because you remember. Memories. That was the thread they were pulling on, memories of alternate streets, collapsed bridges, faces from other lives. I could feel the weight of them pressing down, threatening to break me. But if I gave in, if I let them use me, I'd lose everything that was left of myself. The air shifted again, colder now, like the night itself was holding its breath. I glanced over at her, searching for a sign, anything to fight back with. But her eyes were distant, almost resigned. We don't have much time, she said quietly. They'll take you if you don't move. A surge of panic made my legs tremble, but I squared my shoulders. This was no longer about escaping or hiding. It was about standing my ground, no matter how dark the path ahead. I stepped forward, voice steady. If you want me to see, to change, then show me. But I'm not a pawn in your game. For a heartbeat, the world held still. The men exchanged looks, calculating, uncertain. Then the lead man nodded slowly, as if acknowledging a challenge he hadn't expected. Then you'll need to come with us, he said. There's no other way. The alley around us seemed to close in tighter, the shadows deepening like a trap snapping shut. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic tang of fear again, but beneath it, a fierce spark ignited. I wasn't ready to disappear into their darkness. Not yet. Not without a fight. And that's when I heard it, the distant screech of tires, the sharp crack of voices raised in alarm. The city was waking up, chaos spilling from its seams. Somewhere out there, the disaster was unfolding exactly as they had predicted. I glanced back once more, the men closing in, their faces unreadable but resolute. I had a choice. Follow them into the unknown, or run headlong into the storm. The night was far from over, and the real nightmare was just beginning. The screech of tires faded into the distance, swallowed by the city's waking chaos. The night wasn't over, no. But something had shifted. The weight pressing down on me felt different now, heavier, but clearer in its intent. They weren't just strangers from other versions of the city. They wanted something from me. Something I hadn't yet understood, but was beginning to dread. I didn't sleep that night. My apartment felt colder, the silence stretching too long between the distant hum of traffic and the occasional drip of a leaking faucet. Every creak in the floorboards sounded like a footstep, every shadow a lurking threat. I traced my fingers over the cold glass of the window, watching the city breathe beneath the early dawn. The disaster they predicted was unfolding. News reports flickered on my laptop, confirming their grim accuracy. Lives lost. Streets cordoned off. A nightmare made tangible. I rubbed my temples, tasting the bitterness of exhaustion mixed with something sharper, regret, maybe. Or fear. I wasn't sure anymore if I wanted to be right about any of it. The next morning, I found myself back at the usual carpool spot, the chill of dawn still clinging to the air, cold and heavy with silence. The street smelled faintly of wet asphalt and exhaust, a reminder that the city never truly rested. I wasn't expecting them, but as I waited, a figure approached, someone new. A woman, her eyes dark and unreadable, her voice calm but edged with urgency. You shouldn't have run, she said without preamble. They'll come back. And next time, you won't have a choice. I swallowed hard, the words lodging in my throat. Who? What do they want from me? She shook her head, a ghost of a smile crossing her lips. It's not about what they want. It's about what you're going to do. You have a decision to make. Staying silent won't save you. Her presence unsettled me, but there was something familiar in the way she spoke, as if she were part of a longer story I was only now beginning to understand. She handed me a folded piece of paper, the edges worn and creased. Read this, she said. It's the truth you need. And the warning you can't ignore. I unfolded the paper slowly. The ink was smudged in places, but the message was clear enough. Coordinates, dates, names, details that matched the disasters from the other mornings, and then some. But beneath the factual coldness of the text, there was a plea. A warning about choices, consequences, and the fragile line between knowing and acting. Why me? I whispered, fingers trembling. Because you listen, she said simply. Because you don't look away. Because you still believe there's something to stop in this endless cycle. Her words settled over me, a weight and a call to arms I wasn't prepared for. I wanted to argue, to refuse, to run again. But something in her gaze, steady, unwavering, made me pause. That day, I didn't join the carpool. Instead, I walked the city streets, letting the cold air fill my lungs and the sound of distant sirens remind me of what was at stake. The disaster had passed, leaving scars on concrete and in arts. People moved on, as they always did, but I knew the undercurrent beneath the surface hadn't changed. Not really. At a quiet cafe, I sat with the paper folded beside my cup of bitter coffee. My hands still shook, but this time from resolve. I wasn't sure what lay ahead, or how deep the rabbit hole went. But I knew one thing, the horror wasn't the stories they told, or the disasters they predicted. It was the way they forced me to see the city differently, fractured, fragile, and filled with choices that could ripple across realities I'd never imagined. Weeks passed, and the carpool stopped coming. The empty mornings felt both like relief and loss. I found myself haunted less by fear and more by questions. Who were they, really? What tangled network of people and motives lay behind their cryptic warnings? And, most terrifyingly, what part was I destined to play in the unfolding story? I started keeping a journal, chronicling the details I could remember, the names, the places, the moments when the city seemed to hold its breath. It became a ritual, a way to hold on to sanity when everything else felt slippery. The paper from the woman stayed folded in my jacket pocket, a talisman against forgetting. One evening, as rain pattered softly against the window, I caught myself staring at the streets below. Lights flickered in windows, shadows moved without shape, and the city whispered its secrets just beyond reach. I realized I was no longer just a passenger in the carpool's strange game. I was part of it now, a reluctant keeper of stories, a witness to fractures others refused to see. And maybe that was the real horror, the knowledge that some doors, once opened, never truly close. That the city, with all its versions and disasters, would keep turning, relentless and indifferent. And I would keep walking its streets, listening for the echoes, searching for a way to change the story before it was too late. The morning light came soft and pale. I took a deep breath, folded the journal closed, and stepped outside. The air smelled of rain and possibility. The nightmare had shifted, but it hadn't ended. Not yet. And neither had I.